recording light is on. Okay.
It is on.
And if anyone sees it, say something. Okay. All right. Good.
Okay. Now, where's the recording light at? I'm not familiar with Skype too much.
See right there, it's red.
Top left corner says Jalen is recording the call.
Yes.
Yep.
If anyone sees that go away, then that means it stopped recording.
So it's supposed to be red right now, correct?
The whole time. The whole
Okay.
time.
All right. It's supposed to say red the whole time. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's let it rip.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. We've got a special event for you today. Going to be round two. I've got two researchers here for the murder of Officer J D Tippit, who was killed allegedly by Lee Harvey Oswald on the afternoon of 22nd November, 1963. There will be a link put at the bottom of the page for the first debate for listeners who want to hear. This will be an untimed debate. There will be 14 topics, 7 for each person. We will rotate them in order. There will be an opening statement given and closing statements by the two researchers. With me, I've got Matt Dowdett from Dallas, Texas, and Bill Brown from Cincinnati, Ohio. Matt, Bill, how are you? And thank you both for coming on.
I'm doing good. Thanks. Yep, doing good. Thanks, Chris.
All right, at this time, Bill Brown, do you have an opening statement?
Well, basically, I just want to lay out the scenario. Everybody knows that on November 22nd, 1963, President John F. Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas, Texas, in Dealey Plaza. But unless you're a student of the case or a researcher, you really don't know that a police officer was also killed in Oak Cliff, approximately 2 to 3 miles away from Dealey Plaza. So basically, we have Lee Harvey Oswald leaving the depository building. He catches a bus, gets off the bus because of stopped in traffic. He boards a cab, takes the cab to Oak Cliff, goes to his rooming house. And I'm just kind of skipping the specifics right now. But basically, he goes to the rooming house. And next thing we know, a police officer is shot near the intersection of 10th and Patton and Oak Cliff. And so a lot of people aren't aware that a police officer was killed that day. And I think Matt and I are here today to discuss the shooting death of that police officer and to debate. We're going to discuss the shooting death, and we're going to debate a few of the issues that I think point to Oswald's guilt for the death of J D Tippit. That was the police officer. And Matt is going to basically argue that someone besides Lee Harvey Oswald was responsible for the murder of J D Tippit. I'm assuming that's what Matt's here to do.
Matt, do you have an opening statement?
No, I don't. I think my opening statement from round one is good. So I'm ready to jump into it.
Bill, the first topic goes to you, and that will be the timeline from the depository to the rooming house.
Okay. Well, basically, a lot of conspiracy advocates like to argue that Oswald could not have got to 10th and Patton by 1:14, 1:15, which was the time that I believe the shooting occurred of J D Tippit. So to get him at 10th and Patton, 1:14, 1:15, we got to back up a little bit and get him to the rooming house at a reasonable time where he can leave the rooming house and then walk to 10th and Patton and be there in time. So basically, in 1964, the Secret Service and the FBI, they reconstructed Oswald's steps. This was with the help of Cecil McWaters, the bus driver, and William Whaley, the cab driver. And this was an attempt to determine the absolute earliest that Oswald could have reached the rooming house, okay? And based on McWaters' statement of where it was that Oswald boarded the bus, because we know Oswald boarded the bus because he had McWaters' specific bus transfer, and McWaters said that he issued the transfer to only one woman and only one man. And Oswald walked about 7 blocks east, this is from the depository, into the downtown area after he left the depository. And this is within 2.5 to 3 minutes of the shooting. And Cecil McWaters said, "So I gave her a transfer and opened the door, and she was going out. The gentleman I had picked up about 2 blocks back asked for a transfer and got off at the same place in the middle of the block where the lady did. It was the intersection near Lamar Street. It was near Poydras and Lamar Street." That's what Cecil McWaters said. So they concluded, based on what McWaters told them, along with the Secret Service agents and the FBI agents walking the route in an average time of about 6.5 minutes, that Oswald boarded the bus around 12:40 near the intersection of Field Street and Elm Street. And then after being on the bus for no more than, say, four minutes or so, Oswald got off the bus near Lamar Street and Elm Street, and he asked for the transfer as he got off the bus. And so now we have Oswald leaving the bus around 12:44. And Oswald then walked 3 to 4 short blocks to the Greyhound station where he boarded Whaley's cab. And this has Oswald entering the cab roughly at 12:48. They then, with Whaley, they reconstructed the cab ride from the Greyhound station to the intersection of Beckley and Neely. Now, Oswald got out of the cab on Beckley just north of the intersection with Neely, okay? And they concluded, using a stopwatch, that the cab ride took 5 minutes and 30 seconds. So now we have Oswald exiting Whaley's cab on Beckley between 12:53 and 12:54, and still using a stopwatch, they concluded that it was a 5 minute and 45-second walk from the point that Oswald exited the cab back to the rooming house. So I think Oswald got to the rooming house between 12:58, 12:59, and was back in his room just long enough to grab a jacket before hurrying out the door, zipping up the jacket as he went out. So I have Oswald leaving the rooming house around 12:59 to 1 o'clock.
Okay, Matt.
We discussed the timing last time, so I think that was really good. So what we did last time. So next topic.
Well, does that mean that you agree that Oswald left the rooming house, like I just said? Are you agreeing with me? He left the rooming house around 12:59 to 1 o'clock is when he went out the front door?
No.
Why not?
Because we discussed that in our last debate, and all right.
All right. Stop recording right now, Chris.
Okay.
If Matt's just going to be like we discussed this.
Matt, do you have a response?
No, not really. I believe that Oswald arrived at 1 p.m. and stayed there 4 or 5 minutes, and then several minutes later was seen at a bus stop, according to his housekeeper. And yeah.
Well, but in my opinion, so why are you saying several minutes later he was seen standing at the bus stop?
That's what she said, quote, several minutes later.
Okay, and how long do you take several minutes to be?
Well, about 2 minutes would be a couple minutes or a few minutes, so several minutes, like let's say about 5 minutes.
And your expression, you're familiar with the expression a figure of speech. You're familiar with that.
Yeah, so that's an excuse that you're giving right now. I trust.
No, it's not an excuse because Roberts said also that he was back there just long enough to grab a jacket.
She said that. She said that later.
Well, she did say it, though, right? So you agree she said it, right?
Yes, but I'm talking about what she said originally.
I basically feel that several minutes, a few minutes, a couple minutes, a minute or two, all that stuff is a figure of speech, and it's not meant to be taken literal. What is meant to be taken literal is when she said he was back there just long enough to grab a jacket. That's not a figure of speech. That's a literal description of the length of time that he was back in his room.
I disagree.
So I have Oswald arriving at the rooming house, 12:58, 12:59, going back to his room, back there long enough to grab a jacket, and going back out the door. Probably obviously grabbed his revolver as well. And he goes back out the door, and I think by 1 o'clock, he's leaving the rooming house.
Okay. All right, guys, then the next one's going to go to Matt. Matt, the description of the killer.
Yeah. Okay. So let's talk about day one descriptions. This is what was said on the day of the assassination about the Tippit killer. Not later. This is day one descriptions, all right? Okay, at 1:22 p.m., Officer Walker announced over the radio that the Tippit suspect was a, quote, white male about 30, 5'8", black hair, slender, wearing a white jacket, white shirt, and dark slacks. And that is volume 17, page 410. But Oswald was 24, brown hair, didn't own a white jacket, and wore a brown shirt. Let's go on. At 1:37 p.m., 15 minutes later, Officer Summers reported over the radio that a, quote, eyeball witness told him the killer was, quote, a white male, 27, 5'11", 165 pounds, black wavy hair, wear dark trousers, and a white shirt. But Oswald was 24, 5'9", 135 pounds, brown hair, and wearing a brown shirt. Sergeant Hill, he testified, quote, and for Officer Summers, that was volume 17, page 416. Sergeant Hill, he testified, quote, the first man that came up to me, he said, the man that shot him was a white male, about 5'10", weighing 160 to 170 pounds, had on a jacket and a pair of trousers, brown, bushy hair. But Oswald was 135 pounds and had receding hair. Shall I go on? Officers Poe and Jez, their report from that day says that the killer had, quote, bushy hair, wearing a brown jacket. That's in the Dallas Municipal Archives. But Oswald had receding hair and didn't own a brown jacket. Witness Helen Markham, she told the FBI that day that the killer was, quote, 18, black hair, red complexion. That's CD5, page 79. This couldn't have been Oswald, who was 24, brown hair, pale complexion. Now, I could literally go on and not stop giving you descriptions of the killer.
Well, a couple things.
If we can finish, that do not match Oswald. So, what do you, okay?
Well, I mean, you've seen Oswald's. You've seen the famous photograph of Oswald in custody, sitting down in the chair with he's handcuffed and his hair's all, quite honestly, bushy. I can definitely see how Oswald at that moment could be described as having bushy hair. By the way, you mentioned the reports on the police tapes by Walker and also by Summers. Are you familiar with the witnesses who gave these descriptions to these two particular police officers? Do you know who the witnesses are? Matt?
Yeah, I'm here. Go on.
Who gave the description to Walker?
That was Warren Reynolds.
Right. And who gave the description to Summers?
Calloway.
Okay, just making sure you knew. So why didn't you mention, you realize that Calloway said that the suspect was wearing a Eisenhower type jacket.
Yep.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And let me ask you one other question. And quite honestly, I wish that we could look up some legal case reviews, but how often do you think that one man alone robs a convenience store and there's the clerk as well as three customers in the convenience store, and they give four totally different descriptions to the police of what this man looked like as far as height, weight, age, hair color, hair description? You realize that, I mean, I can look this up when we're done, but I guarantee you it's at least half the time. Police officers, if they interview 3 or 4 witnesses, they're getting 3 or 4 different descriptions, yet they all saw the same man. So you're talking about, you just now gave these descriptions, and these descriptions that you just now read off are different from one description to the next, right?
No.
What's that?
No. These are so what you just said about, the whole, eyewitnesses and everything, so that's an excuse. I know that's what everyone throws out whenever, they don't have an answer for this, but no, what I read you was day one descriptions.
And that's fine. Okay, so do me a favor, if you don't mind. Can you read the Walker description and the Summers description again?
White male, about 30, black hair, wearing a white jacket, white shirt, and dark slacks. It's volume 17, page 410. But again, as I said, Oswald was 24, brown hair, didn't own a white jacket, and wore a brown shirt. Not Oswald.
And what about Summers?
Summers told it, it says right here, a white male, 27, 5'11", 165 pounds, black wavy hair, white shirt. But Oswald was 24, 5'9", 135 pounds, brown hair, and wearing a brown shirt. I could literally go on forever on these descriptions, and I'm going to.
Yeah. Now the Walker report. Did he give the height? If he did, I missed it. What was the height?
The height was 5'8".
That's what I thought. So are you telling me that Calloway and Warren Reynolds saw two different men?
No.
All right. Well, then you're proving my case. So basically, Warren Reynolds is telling Walker that the guy was 5'8", about 30 years old, and Ted Calloway is telling Summers the guy was 27 and 5'11", 5'11". So you're proving my case that the two different witnesses can describe one man in two different manners. It doesn't mean a thing. It literally means nothing.
So the only thing right in there is the height for what Officer Walker said. So everything else does.
But you just told me that you believe that Calloway and Warren Reynolds saw the same man, and you just now gave me a description that Warren Reynolds gave to Walker and that Ted Calloway gave to Summers.
So the only thing that matches is white male and the height for Walker. Whoop-de-doo. Okay.
So one witness has the guy 5'11", the other witness has a guy 5'8".
Yeah. So
one witness has the guy 30 years old, the other witness has the guy 27 years old. All right.
Yeah.
You're proving you don't understand what I'm saying here. You're proving my point that these two guys saw the same man, yet they described him differently. So therefore, if we know that two witnesses can describe the same man completely different, then what's it matter?
They're not describing him differently. They both said he was wearing black hair. They both said he was almost 30.
No, they didn't. No. One said he was
white shirt.
One said he was about 30. One said he was 27. One said he was 5'11". One said he was 5'8". My point is that two witnesses saw the same man and described him differently. It happens all the time, and it means absolutely nothing. And one other thing, you said that Oswald didn't own a white jacket?
Mm-hmm. Didn't own a white jacket.
Have you read Marina Oswald's Warren Commission testimony? I'm sure you have, right?
Yep.
She was shown Warren Commission Exhibit 162. Now, that is the jacket. And she was asked if that was Lee's, and she said yes.
No, she said that's Lee's old shirt.
It doesn't matter. She was shown 162 and said it was Lee's, correct?
Again, it doesn't matter to you, but it matters to me. The evidence, this matters.
Warren Commission Exhibit 162 is not an old shirt. She was shown Warren Commission Exhibit 162, and she said that was Lee's.
She said that was Lee's old shirt.
Correct. She said it was Lee's, and it was Warren Commission Exhibit 162. It doesn't matter if it was especially in her Russian language translation, shirt, jacket. It doesn't matter. She was shown Warren Commission Exhibit 162, and she said it belonged to Lee. These are facts that you can't change.
I give her again. She lives 15 minutes away from me, so. But anyway,
I'm just saying. You said that Oswald didn't own a white jacket. You said that 5 minutes ago, and according to Marina Oswald, you most certainly did, because she identified Warren Commission Exhibit 162 as belonging to Lee.
Are you done?
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, and I think anyone gives her very little credibility because she changed.
So now you're just making excuses.
Better let me finish, brother.
But
so
you're just making excuses.
No, I'm not making excuses.
Come on. So you are talking over each other, so.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. There have been lists made this is a basic fact, how unreliable she is. I mean, literally, there's almost every topic. She changed her story in 1963 and 1964 and over the decades, over the past 50 plus years. So no, she's the least credible witness. So the only thing and we're talking about the jacket right now, we're talking about the descriptions of the killer. So if I can go on, and it's not an excuse. Everyone
is. It is. When Warren Commission Exhibit 162 is put right in front of you, and you're asked if this belongs to your husband, and you say yes, and then 58 years later almost, someone doesn't like that answer, they're going to dismiss it. That's an excuse.
She didn't say yes. She said that's Lee's old shirt. It's not a shirt. It's a jacket. But anyway, let's move on again. Like I said, I can go on forever with these descriptions. Let's go to the closest witness, Donnie Benavides. He was 15 feet away, okay? he gave a very detailed description of the killer. Okay, let me read it to you. He said that the killer was, quote, and again, he's 15 feet away in his pickup truck. He said that the killer was, quote, 5'11", had a complexion a little bit darker than average, a little bit ruddier than mine. Now, he's Mexican-American, so he said ruddier than mine, so that's important. Had dark hair that was a little bit curly, and he looked like he needed a haircut for about 2 weeks with the hairline that sort of went square instead of tapered off in the back. And that is volume 6, pages 450 to 451. That's closest what that is not Oswald. That's a very detailed description.
Oswald was wearing a jacket when he shot Tippit, a jacket that had a collar on it. Nobody could possibly describe whether Oswald's collar line was tapered or squared. It looked squared to Benavides because Oswald had a collar. Simple as that.
And he didn't describe his collar. He wasn't describing his collar.
He said the hairline was squared instead of tapered.
Yeah, hairline.
And to a guy wearing a hairline is he's talking about the collar line in the back is what he's talking about. That was squared instead of tapered. So a jacket with a collar is going to make somebody could have a mullet and it's going to look like squared when the jacket is on and the collar is outside of the hair. You don't know what the hairline looks like underneath the collar. Benavides saw the jacket, he saw the collar, he saw the hairline blocked off by the collar. The collar made it appear squared off.
So you're assuming this based on assuming that was the jacket that's in evidence, right?
Yeah, because that's what the evidence tells me.
You're not assuming that, taking into consideration that this was another guy and that he could see the back of his head.
Was the killer wearing a jacket? If it was Oswald or not, was the killer wearing a jacket, Matt?
Yes.
Okay, then it doesn't matter whether we're talking about the jacket in evidence or if we're talking about Oswald. We're talking about a killer wearing a jacket with a collar that could make him appear to have a squared off collar line in the back of his neck.
Again, I just read you this very detailed description, which which does not match Oswald. I mean,
okay, so now we have Calloway, Reynolds, and Benavides given 3 different descriptions. And they all 3 are talking about the same guy, nevertheless. So what does it matter when people can give different descriptions? I go back to my convenience store scenario. If people can give different descriptions of a suspect, then why do you want to take one and rule it out in favor of the others? You have to do that. Otherwise, you got to say they're talking about 3 different men.
Again,
Reynolds, Calloway, and Benavides.
Again, you're making excuses. I read you directly from his sworn testimony, the closest witness. This does not match Oswald. He testified, quote, I got a very good look. He said it twice at the killer.
Right.
And he gave this description, which I just said, and it does not match Oswald.
Do you know that? So listen to this. All right. That evening, the Dallas police sent officers to pick up Sam Ginyard, Ted Calloway, and Domingo Benavides. All 3 guys worked at the same place to take them downtown to attend a lineup to see if they could identify the man they saw. Calloway and Ginyard went because they felt like they saw the guy well enough to make an identification if they were to see him in the lineup. You are aware that Benavides literally told the police that evening, hey, I'm not going downtown because I didn't get a good enough look at the guy to make an identification.
No, that's absolutely no. I knew you were going to say that. No, in his testimony, he said, I got a good look, a very good look.
Matt, on November 22nd, 1963, he declined going to a lineup because he didn't feel like he got a good enough look at the guy.
That's what was
claimed.
Why he
didn't go to a
lineup. That's what was claimed, but that's not what was true. And first of all, as I said,
how are you going to prove that's not the truth? That's what he says.
You better let me finish. Okay. So in his testimony, he said, I got, quote, a good look. Again, very good look at the killer. And he gave this massive description that I just read you. So anyway.
Then why would he turn down going to a lineup on November 22nd?
I'm glad you asked that. That is what is claimed. That's what is claimed, but that's not what is the truth. In 1960,
how do you know that's not the truth? Show me what you've seen, which proves that Benavides was never asked to attend a lineup.
You done?
Yeah, I want you to show me where it shows.
I'm trying to, but you keep talking.
Well, I'm asking you to show me. So show me.
Glad you asked. So in 1966, Mark Lane and Emil. I'm stuttering, Chris. You can take this out, right?
Yes.
Okay, it's the 39-minute mark. Sorry, Bill. I'm stuttering.
All right.
Let me take that. Okay, so in 1966, Mark Lane and Emil D'Antonio caught up with Donnie. They caught up with him and asked him whether he could identify the man who killed Tippit. Benavides replied, quote, "Of course. I was 10 or 15 feet away. Of course I could. I told that to the Dallas police, but they did not bring me to the lineup." That's amazing. So the Warner Report quotes him as saying, oh, he said he couldn't get a good enough identification, so he declined to go to the lineup. But no, if you read his testimony, he said, I got a good look, very good look at the killer. And he gave this massive description, which I just read you. And he says, quote, "Yes, of course I could identify them, but they didn't bring me to the lineup." And
he was asked to attend the lineup, but he declined, Matt.
no, I just read to you his words. That's what was claimed. But if you this is what's important. You have to actually, never trust what a document or a report says. You always have to it's always good to ask the actual eyewitness.
I agree.
Is this true? And they went to him. In Dallas, and they said, "Could you identify the man?" Because he says, "Yes, of course I could. I was 15 feet away." And to add to it, Mark Lane writes in his 1966 Playboy magazine interview, quote, "He told me that on November 22nd, he told the Dallas police that the man who killed Officer Tippit was short and somewhat heavy. After he gave this description of, so also short and heavy." And we can get to that.
Okay, well, hold on a second now.
We can also talk about that right now if you want, short and heavy.
So wait a minute now. How come Warren Reynolds didn't tell Walker, or how come Ted Calloway didn't tell Summers that the guy was short and heavy? You've already agreed that all these guys saw the same guy.
Yeah. I'm
so
glad
now you have one guy describes him as short and heavy.
I'm glad you brought up short and heavy.
Well, you brought it up. I didn't bring it up.
Oh. Well, I brought it up, and I'm glad you mentioned it again. Anyway, okay. Short and heavy. Okay. A 1964 tape-recorded telephone conversation between Markham and attorney Mark Lane. Lane says, quote, "What?" And this is right in the 26 volumes, and the audio is on YouTube. Okay. Lane, "Was he short?" Markham, "He was short. Was he stocky? Was he a little on the heavy side? Not too heavy, but a little on the heavy side. Was his hair bushy? Just a little bit bushy. That is volume 20, pages 573 to 574, 577 to 578. And like I read to you a few moments earlier, Donnie, he also said short and heavy.
Okay, so let's add a fourth witness now. So now we have Warren Reynolds to Walker, Ted Calloway to Summers, Benavides to Mark Lane, and Helen Markham to Mark Lane. All four of these people saw the same man, and now we have different descriptions on whether the guy was short and heavy or not.
They're not different descriptions.
Sure they are. You've already listed the descriptions that all four people gave, and not one of them matched the other.
I can literally keep on going on these descriptions.
Matt, you could give 8 different descriptions, and it's going to be, you could give 8 different witnesses describing the suspect and get 8 different descriptions. Yet you know that all 8 of these people are talking about the same guy. It's irrelevant. The witnesses make mistakes to height, weight, age, hair color.
There's the excuse again,
No, it's not an excuse. It's actually a weak argument. It's a weak argument on your part to pretend like it means anything.
It doesn't mean these are descriptions by So you want to throw out the words of the eyewitnesses? This is what they describe.
Well, actually, one lady that you're describing says he was short and stocky. It's the same lady that said number 2 was the man I saw shoot the officer.
Nope.
Hey,
It's not,
gentlemen, if I'm going to say something, it's kind of becoming a circular argument now.
All right.
no. Like I can keep on going with these descriptions. Mary Brock, she told the FBI that the killer was 30, but again, Oswald was 24. Patterson, he told the FBI that he was 30. Lewis said that the guy was 30. Again, Oswald was 24. Virginia Davis told the FBI that the killer wore blue jeans. Oswald wasn't wearing blue jeans. Again, I can literally stop and not go on. All these,
all you're doing is proving my case.
Not proving your case. Nope.
Yes, you are. Every witness saw the same guy, and they're describing him differently. You aware, Matt? Are you aware that Barbara Davis and Virginia Davis were standing right beside each other at the screen door, looking out their front yard, watching the man cut across their yard, holding a revolver in his hand? One said the coat was black. One said it was light colored in nature. Are you aware that they were looking at the same guy?
Yes.
Okay, so how can two witnesses be looking at the same guy when they're standing right beside each other and be that far apart on the description of the jacket itself? They can certainly be far apart and still be talking about the same guy when it comes to height, weight, hair color, age, and things like that.
Yes.
It's a moot point. It means absolutely nothing, and it's a weak argument on your part.
Yes, so that's like the one exception, because all the witnesses said that the killer was wearing a light jacket, but she's the only one who said it was dark. So that's like the one exception where she describes it differently. But yeah, all these descriptions I gave you from eyewitness testimony, affidavits, everything, day one descriptions point to a killer other than Oswald.
No, they don't. It just
do?
points to people describing him differently.
No?
It points to people. It points to witnesses describing him differently.
Well, then we have to throw out all the eyewitness.
I would like you to address something. Which you haven't really. How do Barbara Davis and Virginia Davis look at the exact same man? One says it's light colored, the other one says it's black jacket. How does that happen?
I just told you.
Is it possible for witnesses to be mistaken about descriptions?
I just told you. We just talked about it.
What did you tell me? What did you tell me regarding those two ladies?
I said that's the one. That's like the one exception here, because.
But you're ignoring my point, brother. Matt. You're ignoring my point. These two ladies were standing right beside each other. One said it was black. One said it was light. It's the same jacket. That happens. It doesn't mean anything. They weren't talking about two different men. One of them was wearing a black jacket. One of them was wearing a light colored jacket. No, they were talking about the same guy. They were standing. They probably were touching shoulders, looking out that screen door at him. One said it was a black jacket. One said it was light colored. It happens. They're talking about the exact same guy. It happens. Witnesses mess that stuff up. It means nothing. And I'm telling you again, your argument is weak to rely on this as one of your selling points.
Are you done?
I want you to address how two women. You haven't yet. You haven't. You have not addressed it. You've acknowledged that I said it, but you haven't.
Did I address it? Chris, did I address it? I addressed them.
I mean, guys, this is really going circular. Me sitting here listening to it. As far as the jacket goes, as far as the eyewitnesses.
Okay, well, we can move on then. I've made my point.
Okay, all I got to say is that I read descriptions of the killer. I could literally keep on going if you want, but we'll stop it here.
You've read descriptions that are different.
Let me finish.
You've read descriptions that are different from one to the next, all of the same guy.
Finish, brother. If I can finish. Okay. Again, to close this topic off, I listed all of the descriptions that the witnesses described the killer, and they do not match Oswald. Okay? And you're saying, well, witnesses can be wrong. That's true. Just like how you said. One said that the killer was wearing a dark jacket, and one said he was wearing a light jacket. But that's the one That's the one exception right there, because as I said, I'll repeat it again. She was the only one who said that the killer was wearing a dark jacket. So that's like the one exception, because. But
again, you're not addressing the point. Matt, you're not addressing the point of that exception. The point is the two women were standing beside each other.
Descriptions of the descriptions of day one descriptions. That's the topic. So if I could finish my summation. If we go by your logic, we have to disregard all the witness testimony, because I just listed you all the witness testimony.
My logic is not that we have to dismiss the witness testimony. My logic is that two witnesses can look at the same man in the same jacket and describe it completely different.
I just described that 2 times. I just explained that. I just talked about that.
I'm ready to move on to the next topic.
Yeah. Okay, so to close this off in one sentence, yeah, all these descriptions I gave do not match Oswald. I can literally go on. Next topic.
To close this off in one sentence, it's a weak argument to rely on such a thing.
I just read you the testimony.
It means absolutely nothing.
Bill Brown.
Of the people who were there, I listed you these people were there. I did describe.
Robert Davis and Virginia Davis were there. The jacket was different colors.
I talked about that.
Okay, gentlemen. Next topic's going to go to Bill Brown, the shooting at 115.
All right. Well, basically, when the shots rang out, Mary Wright, for example, she said she called the police immediately. She told this to George and Patricia Nash. Her word, immediately. Barbara Davis heard the shots. She saw the man, cutting across her front yard, unloading a gun, and she heard Markham screaming. She saw the police car and immediately went inside and phoned the police operator to report the shooting to the police. This is in her affidavit. She said immediately. L.J. Lewis was at the Johnny Reynolds Motor Company. Now he's a block south of the shooting scene. They hear the shots. He saw the gunman run south on Patton, and he goes and calls the police. Murray Jackson was the dispatcher on Channel 1, and he received the alert from the, quote, citizen using the police radio. Now, this is T.F. Boley at 1:17, and Jackson was told that a policeman had been shot on 10th Street between Marcellus and Beckley. First thing Jackson does, he calls out. You can look this up on the police tapes, on the transcripts. The first thing Jackson does, he calls out for 78. Now, 78 was Tippett's call number. All right. So Jackson is then informed that it's car number 10, and he calls out for 78 2 more times. And since we know that Mary Wright and Barbara Davis called the police immediately, and L.J. Lewis called the police almost immediately, and we know that Murray Jackson was unaware of the shooting until he received the alert from T.F. Boley at 1:17, it's obvious that Wright, Davis, and Lewis phoned in the shooting at a point in time just before T.F. Boley did. All right. So T.F. Boley, if these three witnesses, if they had called in the shooting much earlier, then Jackson would have already been aware of the shooting by the time Boley reported it to him. But we know Jackson was not aware of the shooting by the time Boley reported it to him over the police radio. All right. And Domingo Benavides says he sat there, after the killer went around the corner, he sat there for a second or two, and then he got out to try to notify the police operator. Well, he begins keying the mic at 1:15. So he waits for the killer to go around the corner of the house there on 10th and Patton, which is the Davis house. He sits there for a second or two. This is what he told Eddie Barker in the Warren Report in 1967, the TV show for CBS. And he says, I sat there for a second or two, and then he got out, went over to the body, and then he gets on the mic. Now, he begins keying the mic at 1:15. So he does not say he sat there for 7 minutes, which is what has to happen if the shooting occurred at 1:08 or some absurd timeline that a lot of conspiracy advocates like to come up with. Ted Calloway said he heard the shots, and he ran to the sidewalk on Patton, looked up the street. He saw William Scoggins hiding, behind his cab. And he saw Oswald jump the hedges there at the corner of the Davis yard and cross Patton and make his way south on Patton towards Calloway's position. And this is when Calloway hollers out. Calloway testified that Oswald was running and he was holding a gun. And then he saw Oswald head west on Jefferson. So Calloway stood there at his position on the sidewalk, and he saw Oswald travel the complete length of that one block down Patton from 10th to Jefferson. And then he saw Oswald head west on Jefferson. And then Calloway then made a good hard run. That's his words, a good hard run up to the corner of 10th and Patton. He noticed the patrol car. He went over to it, and he saw Tippit lying dead in the street. And he basically helps load the body in the ambulance, and then he grabs the mic to report the shooting. So to recap, he hears this. This is Ted Calloway. He hears the shots. He runs to the sidewalk, watches the gunman run south on Patton, sees the gunman head west on Jefferson, and then he runs 2/3 of a block up to the scene, helps load the body, and reports the shooting to the dispatcher. Now, how much time passes from the time that Calloway hears the shots to the time he reports it on the police radio? Well, let's say it takes 2 minutes from the time that Oswald shoots Tippit to the time that he turns the corner onto Jefferson and begins heading west. Let's say it takes 2 minutes. It's a little over a block, and Oswald was running. And let's say it takes Callaway 1 minute to make his good hard run from his spot on the sidewalk on Patton up to the patrol car. And if all this is accurate, reasonably accurate, then Callaway's at the patrol car 3 minutes after the shots rang out. Let's add a minute for error, which, by the way, helps the conspiracy timeline, not mine. Let's add 1 minute for error, and we have Callaway at the patrol car using the police radio 4 minutes after the shots. And here's the thing. Callaway's report to the police dispatcher using Tippit's patrol car radio was at 119 to 120. Shooting took place 114 to 115.
Matt?
I'm here.
Do you agree with that, Matt? We were talking on the phone about a week and a half ago, and you kind of acknowledged at least that it's possible that the shooting could have taken place at 114, right?
Even if it, again, we're going back to the time.
I'm not talking about whether the shooter was Oswald. I'm just asking if it's possible the shooting took place at 114.
Yes, of course it's possible.
Okay. Then I'm ready. I'm ready for the next topic. Then that's good enough for me.
No, I can respond to that.
Go ahead.
No, I'm going to respond to that. I'm going to respond.
Well, we were trying to give you to respond. You didn't say anything. Go ahead. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm here. Okay. So yes, there is evidence that several minutes elapsed, and I gave some of the evidence last time in round one, but I since then I found some more. Okay, so as you mentioned, the closest witness, Donnie Benavides, he said that he stayed crouched down in his truck for, quote, a few minutes because he was afraid the man was going to come back and do more shooting. But as I said last time, let's throw him out. We still have a lot more evidence. Okay, Mrs. Barbara Davis, she testified that she called the police, went to Tippit's body, and stayed with it for 5 minutes. That's volume 3, page 345. Okay. Her sister-in-law, Virginia Davis, she told the FBI that she went to Tippit's body after Barbara called the police and, quote, a few minutes later after that. That's CD 630F. Harold Russell, he told the FBI that after watching the killer run away, he walked 2 blocks to the crime scene, had a couple conversations with bystanders, and then, quote, 5 minutes later, the police arrived. That's volume 21, page 383. And then we have Jim Burt. He said that he and Bill Smith immediately ran to Tippit's body and, quote, stood there a few minutes. They then went down Patton Avenue to, of course, look for the killer. They searched the alley, of course. And then when they came back, the ambulance hadn't arrived yet. Okay, and you mentioned Callaway's actions indicate that, just a few minutes, that just, not much time passed at all. But the guy right next to him, Sam Ginyard, he testified that he and Ted Callaway, after watching the killer flee, went to the crime scene and, quote, stood there a while until the ambulance arrived. That's volume 7, page 398. So, yes, there is a 5 or 6 minutes that the body laid in the street, and that that's important because it really narrows Oswald's time to get there, and it narrows his time to get there. It does.
I just told you that Callaway is making his report to the police dispatcher 3 to 4 minutes after hearing the shots, and that report is made at 119 to 120.
Yeah, everyone agrees on that.
Okay, so then you have the shooting at what, 115?
Yeah, 109 to 114, yeah.
Okay, so no, that's not 109. Then you have Callaway, then you have it taken Callaway 10 minutes to get on Tippit's patrol car radio after hearing the shots.
He said,
it didn't take him 10 minutes.
The guy next to him said that we stood there a while until the ambulance. We stood there a while. Is 10 minutes?
You're speaking in general terms that are figures of speeches.
Is potential could 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes be? We stood there a while. Is that what we stood there a while could mean? Yes, but again, I just gave you all this evidence. Which
It makes no sense. It makes no sense for a police officer's body to be lying in the street for 7, 8, 9 minutes before someone decides to, one, get on the patrol car radio to report it in, or two, pick up their damn phone and call the operator to call the police to report the shooting. There's no way that these people waited. And I told you already.
I just gave you the evidence.
Mary Wright told Georgia Patricia Nash she did it immediately.
Yeah.
Barbara Davis said she went inside after Oswald cut across the yard and immediately called the police.
Yeah.
Not 7, 8, 9 minutes later.
Wait, you said, what was that second part you said?
Barbara Davis heard the shots, saw Oswald cutting across the yard, unloading the gun. She heard Markham screaming.
Yep.
She saw the police car, and then she immediately went inside and called the operator. This is in her affidavit. This is in her affidavit.
What are you leaving out there? What are you not telling the listeners?
You tell me.
As I just said, she testified. She called the police. How long does that take? 2 minutes? 1 minute?
To call the police?
Yeah.
15 seconds?
And to call the police and tell them what happened.
25 seconds?
20. Okay. Okay, so as I said, she testified. She called the police. Let's just say a minute, okay? Went to Tippett's body.
I'm not just going to say a minute. It doesn't take but a half a minute to call the police.
This is hypothetical. How do we know she got through right away?
Your entire case is hypothetical. You got multiple witnesses describing the guy the same. Differently, it's the same guy.
I read you the testimony. How she testified she called the police, went to Tippett's body, and stayed with it for, quote, 5 minutes. Yes. I just gave you that's testimony. Volume 3, page 345. And all the other people I mentioned.
Matt, since we know that Mary Wright and Barbara Davis called the police immediately.
Yeah.
And we know that Murray Jackson was unaware of the shooting until he received the alert from Boley on the police radio at 117. It's obvious that Wright and Davis called the police just before Boley got on the radio to report the shooting.
Do you know how quickly they were connected they got through? Until they got through?
I'm not going to sit here and let you tell me that it took 7 or 8 or 9 minutes for that to happen.
I'm not saying it took 7, 8, or 9 minutes.
Well, why do you think it would have taken longer than 30 seconds?
Okay, so what we're talking about is, okay, let's say 30 seconds. Let's say she called the police, 30 seconds, went to Tippett's body, that takes 30 seconds, and stayed with it for 5 minutes. So that's 6 minutes, and the ambulance hasn't even arrived yet.
The ambulance got there, Matt, at 119. She didn't stay there for 6 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever she said. It was a figure of speech.
No one disagrees that it was 118, 119. I just gave you all the evidence that he lied in the street for several minutes, and that narrows Oswald's time to walk there, as we said in our first debate.
You haven't addressed the fact that Callaway is reporting the shooting 3 to 4 minutes after the shots rang out, and he did this at 119 to 120.
So all we know is it was at 119, 120
that Callaway made his report on Tippett's radio. Yeah. Correct.
And the guy next to him, as I said, I keep having to repeat myself, Sam Gignard.
I'm not talking about. See, you're talking about people's. You're talking about a figure of speech. I'm talking about the police case.
Figure of speech. See, every time I give evidence, Bill says, "Oh, it's a figure of speech," or witnesses aren't reliable.
Hey, Matt, if you would show up with something besides figure of speeches, then I wouldn't have to say it.
Sworn testimony. Again, he said, "Quote."
It doesn't matter whether it's a sworn testimony; it's still a figure of speech. People give figure of speeches when they're testifying.
Quote, "We stood there a while until the ambulance arrived." Volume 7, page 398.
What does a while mean? How do you know what a while means to Gignard, to whoever it was that you're quoting right now? How do you know what a while means?
Well, kind of getting circular again.
It's not circular, Chris. It's not circular. Yep. We're talking about the evidence.
You repeat it, but you keep repeating the same thing over and over and over.
Who?
Listening to it.
Who?
Well, the bottom line is, just to get this moving on, the bottom line is that Ted Callaway made his report on the police radio 119 to 120, and I just described for you his actions, and it took him no more than 3 to 4 minutes to do all that. Certainly didn't take 9 minutes or 10 minutes even for the shooting to occur too early for Oswald to have been there. Callaway alone tells you the shooting took place about, I'm not saying he says this literally, but Callaway's actions alone tell you the shooting took place 1:15-ish. Callaway didn't say I hung around for I hung around for 10 minutes before I got on the radio. He tells you what he did.
Sam,
And all you got to do is play it out in your head.
You heard the guy read. We stood there a while. We stood there a while until the ambulance.
Again with your figure of speeches. Stop using figure of speeches. I'm using actual literal police tape timelines.
I am reading to you sworn testimony. Do you not like testimony?
Because it's sworn testimony doesn't mean it's still not a figure of speech. A while. You're saying he stood there a while. I'm telling you, Callaway was on the police tape at 119.
Guys, we're talking over each other. The next topic's going to go to Matt, and that's going to be Miss Clemens.
Okay. We stood there a while, and I listed all the evidence. Okay, moving on. What's the topic, Mrs. Clemens?
Yes, sir.
You see how Matt's going to get that last word in as if it's supposed to mean something? It means absolutely nothing. You can use a figure of speech all night long. It doesn't mean anything.
Okay. Okay. So, Mrs. Clemens, I'm sad that we didn't mention her in round one because she does need to be talked about.
That's fine. I agree.
So, Mrs. Clemens, for those that don't know, she lived on 10th Street in the next block. She was sitting on her front porch, and she was a housekeeper, sitting on her front porch, and she saw two men near Tippit's car just before the shooting. She heard the shots, saw the shots, and she ran out into the street and saw two men, the gunman and another guy across the street. The gunman waved to the other guy as if for him to say, go on, get out of here, And then they ran off in separate directions. Okay, and that would be significant. That's significant because if there was another person involved, then, But anyway, she said that it was not Oswald. Oswald was not one of the men that she sought. And I want to read you, this is from Mark Layton's book, his last JFK book called Last Word. Quote, when shown pictures of Oswald, Mrs. Clemens said that he was not one of the two men she had seen. Now, this is very significant. Now, could this other person have been an accomplice? Possibly. Could it have been another shooter? Maybe, maybe not. Could it have just been another bystander? That's also possible. But it's a shame that we can't get eyewitness accounts to match up because she said she saw two men. And I know that Bill is going to say, oh, well, the other witness didn't see another man, and we can talk about that as well. But no, she was threatened to keep her mouth shut. And she gave several interviews to several people, researchers, first-generation researchers, and then she disappeared. But she was a brave witness to, being housekeeper, a minority. She was very brave to tell her story at that time, and it's a big part of the Tippit case because we don't really know, we don't have a definite answer on it, but it's something that really needs to be talked about. She saw two men.
Now you say she disappeared. What do you mean by that?
We don't know what happened.
I think I know what you're saying, but I want you to state it.
Yeah, we don't know what happened to her after 1966.
Does that supposed to mean anything? Are you saying there's anything suspicious about that, or what?
No, I'm just saying she disappeared. No one knows what happened to her.
Well, not no one. I'm sure her family and friends know where she went.
Sure, possibly, but none of us know. Yeah, so many people have tried to look for her family, and we can't find anything about her. She's most likely dead. So anyway, do you want to respond to what I said about Mrs. Clemens?
Sure.
Because
absolutely.
I think it is important because we didn't talk about her last time.
I agree. And let me ask you first and foremost, and yeah, you predicted it, and sure, I'm going to bring it up because Jimmy Burt, Bill Smith, Domingo Benavides, who you like to rely on so heavily, Helen Markham, William Scoggins. Every one of these witnesses I just listed were out on the street when the murder occurred. These people saw the events unfold. Burt, Smith, Benavides, Markham, Scoggins. That's 5 witnesses. All 5 of these witnesses, none of them and I mean none of these 5, describe a second man. So to believe that there's a second killer or an accomplice, as you called it, I know you didn't flat out accuse there being an accomplice here, but it's kind of, I feel like it's what you're implying. So how do these 5 witnesses manage to miss seeing this second man, that this accomplice? They saw one guy, Matt, and it doesn't even matter how they described him, even though they all, said he was wearing a jacket, et cetera. But how do they miss seeing the second guy that you want to talk about, Akila Clemens supposedly seeing and waving off and all that stuff?
Yeah.
Do
So
you want to address that those 5 witnesses only saw one man?
okay. So as I said, again, it's very difficult and frustrating that we can't get eyewitness accounts to match up. And, it's very possible that, these 4 or 5 other witnesses could have missed another man across the street, because they're looking at the action, which is the squad car and the man right next to the squad car. Mrs. Clemens said she looked over and she saw another man across the street. So, that's what she saw. So the witnesses never, it just happens, it just happens. They don't anticipate what's going to happen. It just happens. So it's very possible, they're not looking for someone else. They're just looking at what the attention is, the squad car and the man. They're not looking across the street for anyone else. So that's a possibility.
So hold on. So if you don't mind, just because I'm not writing all this down, are you saying it's possible that Jimmy Burt, Bill Smith, Helen Markham, Domingo Benavides, and William Scoggins missed the second guy, but he was there? Is that possible? Is that what you're saying?
It's very possible, yeah.
So Scoggins would have had to almost hit the guy. I'm not sorry, Scoggins, but Benavides would have had to almost run the guy over in his truck. There was no accomplice. And let me tell you something. So basically, Akila Clemens, she lived at 327 East 10th, which she was like a housekeeper for the Smotherman residence. And in July of 1964, Mark Lane, he was on the Barry Gray show, and he said, "We have a statement by a witness, and she was questioned by the FBI at my request." And this is what Mark Lane told, I'm assuming, Barry Gray on the Barry Gray show. But this is not true. Mark Lane was asked to release her statement, but declined. Now, in 1966, for rush to judgment, Mark Lane, in 1966, now keep in mind, in 1964, he tells Barry Gray, "She was questioned by the FBI at my request. We have a statement by a witness." But in 1966, so 2 years later, when he's making his rush to judgment nonsense, Lane says that even though the FBI interviewed over 25,000 witnesses, they inexplicably failed to question Akila Clemens. So which is it? Mark Lane directly contradicts himself 2 years later. So which one's true?
Okay.
1964, the FBI interviewed his witness at his request. 1966, the FBI inexplicably failed to question Akila Clemens. And these are direct quotes. And also, by the way, there's no evidence that Lane talked to the FBI about Clemens. My point is that the FBI and therefore the Warren Commission was not even aware of Akila Clemens. Everybody wants to talk about, why didn't Akila Clemens get called to testify? Because she didn't come forth. And whenever Akila Clemens' answers didn't fit Lane's narrative, he would cut and re-ask the question. And here's the important thing to me. Akila Clemens was interviewed by Shirley Martin. Okay, now I think she was part of Mark Lane's little fact-finding committee or whatever it is they called themselves. And in Akila Clemens' interview with Shirley Martin, she literally, there's no two-shooter story. Clemens didn't even think that the second man was an accomplice, and was probably just another witness. Okay, so the point is, in Akila Clemens' interview with Shirley Martin, she makes no hint whatsoever that there were two killers or a killer and an accomplice. She just talks about a second man across the street. She doesn't even hint they're together, but Mark Lane wants to spin it and make it sound juicy and exciting and say Akila Clemens saw the two killers split off in different directions or whatever kind of bullshit that he tries to spin off, when in reality, Clemens told Shirley Martin that these two men weren't even together. She doesn't even make any hint whatsoever. She doesn't even, in the slightest, does she even hint that this other guy was even involved in the shooting in any way whatsoever.
Wow. Wow. Okay, everything he just said was factually wrong. Okay, let's go down the list because we have a little bit to unpack here. Okay, so you said that first of all, I'm not here to stick up for Mark Lane or anything he said or anything.
Well, that's
like
good.
that. Yeah.
That's good.
I'm not here to do that. But let's look at the facts. Okay. Let's see. Just write down
Okay.
Okay. So you said that the FBI did not question Mrs. Clemens.
No, here's what I said. Hold on.
Let me finish.
Well, I know, but let me say it, then you can go on with your point. If you're going to say what I'm saying, then let me tell you what I'm saying, because I don't want to be misquoted. So in July of '64, Mark Lane tells Barry on the Barry Gray show, we have a statement by a witness, and she was questioned by the FBI at my request. And then in 1966, Rush to Judgment, Lane says that even though the FBI interviewed over 25,000 witnesses, they inexplicably failed to question and kill the Clemens.
Okay, so
that's what I said. Both of those are factual, by the way.
Again, Isaac, nice try, but again, I'll say it again, I'm not here to stick up for anything that Mark Lane.
Well, you brought Mark Lane up. You brought up Mark Lane, not me.
No, I brought it up into what she told him. But anyway, we'll get there.
Well, are you relying on Mark Lane or not? It's important. I need to know.
Can I respond? Say it again.
Are you relying on Mark Lane or aren't you? I need to know. It's important.
What he said about, this or this, the FBI does not matter. It doesn't.
No, it does matter, Matt. Don't dismiss a Mark Lane obvious lie and say it doesn't matter.
I'm not here to stick up for Mark Lane. Okay, I'm not here to stick up for Mark Lane. So let me get
to Mark Lane away. Okay.
Let me get to my point. Can I get to my points?
Go ahead.
Okay. So the FBI. So you said the FBI didn't. The FBI did question Mrs. Clemens. That's according to George and.
I'm not saying the FBI did not interview Clemens. I didn't say that.
Oh, you didn't? Oh, okay. I
said Mark Lane said it. So you're proving Mark Lane. Mark Lane in Rush to Judgment says that even though the FBI interviewed over 25,000 witnesses, they inexplicably failed to question and kill the Clemens. He says that in Rush to Judgment.
They did.
And now you're telling me that the FBI did interview Clemens, which I already know.
They didn't. The FBI did talk with Mrs. Clemens.
So which one is I'm giving you two different statements by Mark Lane.
Again, I'm not going to talk about what Mark Lane did. I'm trying to get to the actual evidence, but you're not letting me. I'm not here to stick up for Mark Lane.
Okay, well, you don't want to talk about actual evidence. You said it's frustrating for eyewitness accounts to not match up. Well, I'm sitting here telling you that Akila Clemens is not an eyewitness. Of course, it's not going to match up.
Wow, you're saying she's not an eyewitness. Wow. Okay, so she was on her front porch and she saw this happen. You're saying she's not an eyewitness?
I can tell you this in Rush to Judgment, if you've seen it, and I don't know, Chris, if you've seen it or not, but Mark Lane is laying out the scenario for her.
Now Mark Lane.
And Mark Lane is laying out the scenario for her, and he has her inside the house at the time of the shots. So was she in? I'm not saying she was inside the house, but was she inside the house or outside the house? And Matt, I'm asking you this.
So this is hilarious. So now Bill likes Mark Lane. Now he relies on Mark Lane. Anyway,
I'm asking you to tell me if Mark Lane is a liar or not. Is all I'm trying to ask you. Is Mark Lane a liar or not?
Bro, I'm trying to get to my points, but you're not letting me because we have a lot to unpack here. I have a lot to respond to about what you said.
Okay, before you get to your next point, just answer me one question. Is Mark Lane a liar or not?
In regarding to what?
It doesn't matter. Is he a liar or not? Has he
lied? I'm not here to stick up for Mark Lane. This isn't about Mark Lane.
Then why would you bring him up and use him as if it means anything?
You're trying to pivot, bro. I'm trying to get to talk about what you brought up, and you're talking
the entire Akila Clemens case is because of Mark Lane.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. It's not because of Mark Lane. Several people interviewed her way before Mark Lane even got to her. That was Shirley Martin, Harold Feldman, Marguerite Oswald, Vincent Salandria, a guy named Johnson, Oral Gold. So a lot of people talked to her way before Mark Lane even got to her.
I get all that. Everybody knows who Akila Clemens is because of Rush to Judgment.
No, that's not true.
That's not
true.
Yeah,
her story was first. No.
Hey, Chris, if you don't mind me asking you real quick, when's the first time you ever heard of Akila Clemens?
You're not.
Well, first time I heard of her was when I watched the movie JFK.
He's not letting me respond and give the facts.
Well, Oliver Stone's JFK, which he probably got from Mark Lane. Anyway, go ahead. Go ahead.
Can I please respond to everything that you said?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. The first people to find Mrs. Clemens was Vincent Salandria and his brother-in-law, Harold Feldman, two great first-generation researchers, and they were, okay, so this is spring or May, early 1964. So this is way before Mark Lane even talked to her, which was 2 years later. Okay. So no, it does not come from Mark Lane. Okay. It does not come from Mark Lane. I know you want to say it does, but it does not.
The Aquila Clemens case is known to everyone because of Mark Lane.
Sure.
That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah. So now you're changing your requirement. Okay.
No, I understand. I understand
sure,
she was interviewed by others before Mark Lane. I get it.
Okay, everyone knows who she is because of his film, but he wasn't the person who found her.
I didn't say he was the person who found her. I never said that.
Okay.
I basically did say people know who she is because of Rush to Judgment. Okay,
now you're changing your requirement. Okay, yeah, sure, I agree. Okay, so the FBI did question Mrs. Clemens. That is a fact. That's according to you claim that the Warren Commission didn't know her identity.
I didn't say the FBI didn't interview Clemens. Why do you bring that up as if I didn't say the FBI did not interview Clemens.
Oh, okay, fine. Okay, so you claimed the Warren Commission didn't know about her identity. Is that correct?
Not until the very end.
Okay, so now you're saying the very end. Are you saying that they never knew about her identity?
I'm saying the Warren Commission found out about Aquila Clemens at the end of the summer of '64 when it was too late to do anything about it. Pretty much.
End of the summer?
That's just my guess. Sometime towards the summer of '64. The Warren report came out in September, right? September '64, I believe, right?
No, that's not true. Okay, so Oswald's mother.
What date was the Warren report issued to President Johnson?
September.
That's what I just said.
That's not what the point you're making. Okay. That's not the point you're making. Okay. So you're saying that they didn't know about Mrs. Clemens until September, right?
I didn't say that.
So when did they learn about her?
I said sometime in the summer.
Okay, good. Okay, so Oswald's mother, Marguerite Oswald, she telephoned the Warren Commission in June 1964 and told them and gave Mrs. Clemens' name to the Warren Commission. Are you aware of that?
Right. Yeah, I just said they found out about her in the summer of '64.
All right, good. We even know her phone bill was $14.35, so they knew about her. And they even meant. Can you explain?
Well, hold on. $14.35. What's the?
That's just a little side story. But anyway.
Okay. All right. So there's no relevance to that then.
No, I'm just saying.
Okay.
I just lost my train of thought. What were we talking about a second ago?
I was talking about Mark Lane giving two different stories. So one of them's an obvious lie.
Again, I'm not here to stick up for Mark.
You're talking about the others who interviewed Helen Markham is what you're talking about. I'm sorry, Aquila Clemens. You're talking about the others who interviewed Aquila Clemens. That's what you're in the middle of talking about.
Yeah. You said if you listen to, you said that Mrs. Clemens does not make it sound like in her interview with Shirley Martin that these two men were together, but I simply quote from that very interview. It was two men. So she said it was two men. Anyway.
What's the full context of that quote?
I don't have the full transcript right here.
So you just put those 5 words.
She said, "What happened?" And she said, "It was two men."
No, she made no hint whatsoever that the guy who had the gun in his hand was affiliated with anyone else at the scene. To Shirley Martin.
Again, I'll post the transcript and the readers can read. Okay, so do you not believe that she witnessed the shooting?
I don't know if she did or she didn't.
Well, you said matter-of-factly that she did. That she was not a witness. You said that.
You said that it's frustrating that eyewitness accounts do not match up.
That's something. Okay? Yeah, sure.
And my opinion is very heavily that Aquila Clemens is not an eyewitness to the Tippit shooting at all. She's an eyewitness to the aftermath.
Okay, that's not true.
What?
She was sitting on her front porch, and she saw it happen.
No, she didn't.
Yes, she did.
No, she didn't.
Yes, she did.
No, she did not.
Yeah.
All you got to do is watch your boy. Watch your boy Mark Lane interview and Rush to Judgment.
Let's pull it up right here.
What are you pulling up some Akila Clemens stuff, or what? What are you doing?
I am going to get the quote where she says that she was on the front porch, and there's going to be a pause right here, but Chris can shorten it. Okay.
No, we're not pausing anything. If you got to take time to look something up, then take the time to do it.
Yeah.
In the meantime, her sitting on the front porch is not what I said. I said she's not an eyewitness to the shooting.
I never said that's what you said. I'm saying that. Okay. So she said, I got tired. Okay. So first of all, Shirley Martin, she interviewed Mrs. Clemens on her front porch. Okay. Mrs. Clemens said, I had gotten tired, came out here. I was just sitting out here during the shooting. Okay.
No, she didn't say during the shooting.
Hold on. No. That last part was my words. I'm sorry.
That's what I'm saying. So if you're going to quote it, you got to quote it verbatim.
This is what she said. Hold on. I got tired, came out here, sat down here on the front porch. I was just sitting out here. Okay. And she said, and she said, I saw some shots. I saw the shots. That's from Mark Lane's filmed interview with her from the raw transcript. Okay. So she was on the front porch.
I didn't say she was or was not on the front porch. I said she's not an eyewitness to the shooting.
She just said, I just told you, she said it was two men. I'm sorry. I saw some shots. She's an eyewitness to the killing. I know you don't think so. So do you think she witnessed it or no?
No, I do not.
Wow. Okay. So I'm going to read you this.
I think that she heard the shots and went outside and at the very best saw the guy running from the scene. And her interview with Shirley Martin, again, no hint is made whatsoever.
Do you believe
this guy running from the scene having an accomplice or a buddy?
Again, she said, I saw the shots. So anyway, do you believe that she saw the killer, which she said was short and heavy, and she said was not Oswald?
So now, in addition to the other witnesses, we have another description that's short and heavy.
Yes, short and heavy.
Why didn't Reynolds or Calloway give a description that the guy was short and heavy?
Yeah. Okay. So do you believe?
No. Why did Reynolds and Calloway give a different description? They didn't say the guy was short and heavy, but yet they saw the same guy. So I'm just asking you: is it possible that witnesses can give different descriptions of the same suspect?
Of course. So listen.
Okay. The period. Of course.
No,
then that makes your entire point moot.
No, it doesn't. No, they all just no.
Yes, it does, Matt.
Short, stocky man.
You've just refuted your entire point regarding eyewitness descriptions.
No, I read you what they described. Okay, we're going back. Let's go forward. Okay.
Right.
Okay, Okay, so do you believe Mrs. Clemens said that the gunman was short and stocky, and it was not Oswald when she was shown photos of him? So do you agree with that statement? Because that's what she said. Do you agree that she saw the gunman, which was not Oswald? Do you believe she saw the gunman?
I believe that that's very possible, yes.
Okay, well, let me put an end to that. Mrs. Clemens, this is from her 1964 audio taped interview with Shirley Martin, okay? Mrs. Clemens says, quote, I just tried to get out of the way because I thought he was going to shoot me. I was getting out of the way. I seen him unloading and loading his gun. I was afraid. He frightened me. For me to come out and see him unloading his gun and reloading it, I was just getting out of the way. He acted like he wanted to shoot me. I was pretty close to him. I was standing right there, and I didn't want him to be shooting at me. You can't fake that, folks. She's
right. You know what?
So if I can finish, let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
You cannot fake that, folks. She saw the killer, period. And she said it was not Oswald.
And how many times did she say he instead of them?
He instead of them. That's not the question I asked you.
It's my question, though. She said he never says them or they.
Oh my gosh, she's talking about the gunman. She's talking about the gunman.
Right.
She's talking about the gunman.
So she makes no mention of this audio taped interview you're speaking of right now that you're quoting from of an accomplice.
Yeah, she does. That's from her Shirley Martin 1964 interview.
That's what I'm talking about is the Shirley Martin interview. She doesn't make a mention of the two men being together. And
Yes,
the quote that you,
yes, she did. She says, it was two men. It was two men.
Matt,
Anyone can go on YouTube and watch her filmed interview with Mark Lane. Anyone can watch it.
You're bouncing from Shirley Martin to Mark Lane. I'm talking about the Shirley. Let's stay with Shirley Martin.
Yeah.
She said everything she described that you just read was one man. He.
No, she mentioned the other. No, dude, she mentioned the other guy across. She mentioned the other guy across the street.
Right. I agree with that. And she gave no mention that they were together.
She
None.
said it was
not
two
until Mark
men.
Lane got a hold of her.
She said it was two. Not until Mark Lane got a hold of her. No. She told the Nashes in their 1964 article that she saw two men near Tippett's car just prior to and after
she didn't see that. She did not see that. And also, how you really you know the path of the fleeing gunman. Do you really believe that he was that close to her?
She said, yeah.
He was at 327 East 10th Street, which is the second house. It was two houses to the west of the corner where Helen Markham was standing.
She said she ran out into the street. So yes, she ran out into the street.
She ran out into the street. Obviously, that means right outside the front of the house she was in.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. She eventually went to Tippett's body. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of that. I'm where she says it.
Yeah, she ran out into the street, and the gunman's coming toward her. I just read you this. You can't fake that. She saw the gunman.
There's not one witness that has a heavyset black woman running towards a patrol car at the time that the killer is fleeing the scene.
Excuse me, what?
There's not one witness that has a heavyset black woman running towards the patrol car at the time that the killer is still fleeing the scene.
No, that's not true. She said that's what she did.
Okay, hold on a second.
Greg Lowery, a Dallas researcher, found witnesses who confirm her being there. So anyway, that's
not what I said. I said there are no witnesses who describe a heavyset black woman running towards the patrol car at the same time the killer was running from the scene.
I didn't say she ran to the car. Again, you're twisting it. I didn't say she ran to the car.
And what I'm saying is you quote her and she's talking about how scared she was that he was going to shoot her and how close she was to him. That's not true. That's not true.
It's true. It is true.
She did not get close. She didn't get any closer to the killer than Markham did.
She ran out into the street and she saw the killer running towards her and she was frightened. She saw the killer, the gunman with the gun in his hand, reloading. She says it wasn't Oswald. That's the point I'm making.
Okay. Do we have anything else to add to that?
I said that and she was threatened. As I said, anyway.
Who threatened her? Who threatened her?
The police.
Who says that?
How about that? Comes from her interviews with Shirley Martin.
Exactly. It comes from her. Nobody threatened her. It's ridiculous.
Yes, okay, I'm glad you brought that up. Let's read this. Martin, has anyone talked to you and told you not to talk to anyone? Yes, they have. Is that the Dallas? I'm stuttering, Chris.
Okay.
You can take it out here. It's the 1 minute, 32 second mark. Yes, they have. Is that the Dallas? I can't say the word. I'm sorry, Bill. I'm stuttering.
Okay.
Is that the Dallas? Is that the Dallas? Is that the Dallas police? Some of them. They don't allow me to say anything. I'm not allowed to say anything.
Yeah, but how's that being threatened?
If I can finish, I'm not finished. Who's that? You mean the Dallas police? Some of them, yeah. I'm just not allowed to tell you. I can't tell you nothing. I'm not allowed to tell them, the Warren Commission, nothing. I'm not allowed to talk to anybody. Some kind of policeman talked to me. He had on a police officer's uniform, question mark. He had blue-looking clothes on. Cap? Yes. I'm not supposed to be talking to anybody because he said if I talk to anybody, I might get killed on the way to work. See, I live over there. Is that what the policeman said? Yes. And then we fast forward to 1966. Mark Lane asks her, Mrs. Clemens, she says, he looked like a policeman to me. He did. Did he have a gun? Yes, he wore a gun. And did he say anything to you? He told me it'd be best if I didn't say anything because I might get hurt. He just said it would be best if I didn't say I had seen anything.
I'm still waiting to hear a threat.
I just read you.
That's not a threat.
Yes,
that's not a threat.
Is.
He's telling her to be careful. It's not a threat.
Well,
and also, when she says she's not allowed to talk about it, she's talking about her boss, the Smothermans.
No.
They don't want her talking to people while she was there house sitting for the elderly fellow that was there. They didn't want all these visitors and interviewers. She says, I'm not allowed talking to anybody. She's talking about her boss. I think that honestly, I think we're done with Clemens. We've been talking about way too long.
I'm almost finished with this. Let me close this out. Mrs. Clemens says, he told me it would be best for me to don't talk. Did he tell you what happened? What might happen if he did talk? Said I might get hurt or someone might hurt me if I would talk. About what you saw? What I saw. Mrs. Clemens, how long after Tippit was shot did this man with the gun come to visit you? About 2 days. It was about 2 days. So yes, and I want to close this off.
Hey, Matt, before you close it off, let me ask you one quick question. Major League Baseball.
This is not an interview.
Major League Baseball. I have a point to make. Major League Baseball, the batter comes up to the plate, and the umpire says, hey, the pitcher's been kind of wild. Be careful so you don't get hit by a pitch. Is that batter being threatened by the umpire? No. Okay. No, the umpire is telling him to be careful.
Okay.
Not a threat. It's not a threat.
Okay, that's funny. Okay, so I'm going to close this off. I just read it to you. So I'm going to close this off with
you haven't read off a threat.
Can I finish?
No, I'm just saying you have not read a threat. You've read an officer warning her.
Listen, it's not a threat to you, but it's a threat. Listen, I want to close this off with a quote, powerful quote from Mark Lane. This is from his last JFK book. Again, last word. Mark Lane says, I'm stuttering again. Okay, Mark Lane says, quote, Mrs. Clemens, a heroic African-American woman living in the racist environment of Dallas in 1963, was warned by white Dallas police officers that if she told anyone what she had witnessed, that Oswald was not involved in the murder of Tippit, she could be killed. She told me, Lane, that she was afraid, but said that since she was a religious woman, she believed that she must tell the truth about the death of a police officer. End quote. Next topic, please.
So Mark Lane, that quote you just now gave by Mark Lane doesn't even match the quote of Akila Clemens in Rush to Judgment. She never said, Mark Lane threw in there that the killer was not Oswald. She never said what Lane claims she said.
Okay.
Mark Lane knows how to spin a tale, that's for sure. And I've already proven he's a liar.
The next topic is going to go to Bill Brown, and that's going to be the witnesses.
Hold on.
Well, basically, you have, so as far as the witnesses to the Tippit slaying, you had Jimmy Burt and Bill Smith. They were out in the front yard. They were a block east of 10th and Patton. And then you have Domingo Benavides in his pickup truck, and obviously he was driving towards the patrol car when the shots rang out. And you have Helen Markham. She was walking down Patton on the way to her bus stop. She's standing at the corner of 10th and Patton, the northwest corner of 10th and Patton, which is kind of catty corner to the corner in question. And she saw the patrol car stop and the man walk over to the car. Shots ring out. You have Jimmy Burt and Bill Smith. They hear the shots. They look back down the street. You have Benavides swerves his truck hard to the right. He was damn near 15 feet from the patrol car, so that startled him. Markham starts to scream and drop to her knees. Scoggins is in his cab. He hears the shots, sees the officer fall and the gunman run in his direction. So he gets out of his cab. Barbara Davis and Virginia Davis, they were in the house on the corner of 10th and Patton, and they both come to the front door. They see a gunman cutting across their yard with a gun in his hand. Scoggins is leaving his cab. He's trying to run away and decides there's nowhere to hide. So he crosses the street back to the cab and starts to hide behind the driver's side back quarter panel, looking over the back trunk. This is when he hears the killer say, "Poor damn cop," or "Poor dumb cop," says it twice. And then the killer proceeds down Patton. He's seen by Sam Ginyard and is also seen by Ted Calloway running down Patton. Now, these guys obviously heard the shots. They go out to the sidewalk and they look north up Patton and they see this gunman coming down the street. And then you have 4 guys at the Johnny Reynolds Motor Company a block south of the shooting scene. Now, this was located at the corner of Patton and Jefferson. This will be the southeast corner, which is across the street from Ted Calloway's lot. And so these 4 fellows, L.J. Lewis, Warren Reynolds, Harold Russell, and Pat Patterson, they look up the street, and all 4 of these guys see the killer coming down the street with a gun in his hand. Now, here's the thing. All these witnesses, let me count them up here. We have Jimmy Burt and Bill Smith. That's 2. Benavides is 3. Markham is 4. The Davis sister-in-laws is 6. Scoggins is 7. Calloway and Ginyard make 9. And the 4 guys at the Johnny Reynolds Motor Company make 13 people. Okay. Now, Jimmy Burt and Bill Smith never said the killer was Oswald. Benavides never said the killer was Oswald, even though he does use Oswald's name a couple of times when describing the actions of the killer. But I don't use Benavides as a witness for the killer being Oswald. Okay. Helen Markham picks Oswald at a lineup. Barbara Davis picks Oswald at a lineup. Virginia Davis picks Oswald at a lineup. William Scoggins picks Oswald at a lineup. Sam Ginyard picks Oswald at a lineup. Ted Calloway picks Oswald as a lineup. Okay. The 4 guys at the Johnny Reynolds Motor Company, 3 of them, Harold Russell, Pat Patterson, and Warren Reynolds, said the man they saw was Oswald, and L.J. Lewis was uncertain. So these 13 witnesses, 9 of them said it was Oswald. 4 of them couldn't make a decision one or the other, but none of the 13 said the guy was not Oswald. Unless you want to, and I'm talking about what they told the authorities in 1963 or 1964. Okay. So Jimmy Burt was interviewed by the FBI in 1964, makes no mention that the killer was not Oswald. He just gave a description of the guy. Matt's going to bring up some interview given 4 or 5 years later to Al Chapman or whoever it was, talking about how Burt supposedly said the guy wasn't Oswald, but he didn't tell that to the FBI in 1964. So Matt wants to use first day evidence. I think he's even used those exact words earlier in this debate. First day evidence, basically, we're talking about 1964 FBI interview. It might even be December 63. I have to look at Burt's interview, but he doesn't make any reference whatsoever to the guy not being Oswald. He just didn't say the guy was Oswald. So I just listed 13 witnesses, and 9 of these 13 said the man they saw was Lee Harvey Oswald. 4 of the 13 said that the man they saw, they couldn't be certain one way or the other, but 0 of these 13 said the man was not Lee Harvey Oswald to the authorities, which is when it counts.
Okay, to which we talked about all this last time, but I will say, to which I simply say, you mean the unfair lineups and the photo that was shown to them many months after all this happened, after he was nationally known? Okay,
Well, the unfair lineups, I mean, you asked me a question, let me answer. So the unfair lineups, basically, when you say the lineups are unfair, you're basically accusing Helen Markham, Barbara Davis, Virginia Davis, William Scoggins, Sam Ginyard, and Ted Calloway of going to these lineups and basically saying, I'm going to pick the guy who most resembled the guy I saw, even if the guy I saw is not in the lineup. I'm just going to pick the guy who most resembled. Nope, that's not what they were doing, Matt. They were going there to pick a guy that they saw, and if they didn't see the guy, they wouldn't have picked a guy.
Again, unfair lineups, and we talked about that already. But anyway, you mentioned Jim.
Again, these witnesses went to the lineup and picked the man they saw. They didn't pick a man who most resembled the man they saw. They picked the man they saw.
Okay. Okay, so you mentioned Jimmy Burt, and so Jimmy Burt was never asked in 1964, or if he was never asked about any identification whatsoever. So it's very misleading for you to say that he didn't. What was the argument that you said?
I said to the authorities in 1963 or 1964, Jimmy Burt never told any of them that the man he saw was not Oswald.
Because he was never asked that question.
So the FBI takes time out of their day, sends 2 agents to go interview Jimmy Burt, and they're not going to ask him if he thought the man was Oswald or not.
If they did, they didn't write it down. I wonder why. Probably because when Al Chapman caught up with him in 1968, he said, no, the killer was not Oswald. No.
So Chapman asked the question that the FBI forgot to ask.
again, like I said, Bill, if the FBI asked him that question, they didn't report it or write it down. I wonder why. Probably because he said it wasn't Oswald.
So you think that Jimmy Burt is going to tell the FBI that the man was not Oswald, and they're going to leave that off of the report?
Yes. We know what.
On what grounds? On what grounds are you saying that?
Listen. They never asked him, or if they did ask him, they didn't write it down. So therefore, what we have to rely on is when he was asked that question. And he was asked that question in 1968 by Al Chapman, and he was also asked in the 1970s by Larry Harris if it was Oswald. And he told them, no, it was not Oswald. So that's what we have to go by, because they never asked him the FBI never asked him. Or if they did ask him, they never wrote it down. So therefore, what we have to go by is what he told Chapman and Harris.
The FBI went out and interviewed Jimmy Burt. He gave a description of the guy, and he didn't say the guy wasn't Oswald. He just described the guy as best as he could.
Again, are you not hearing what I'm saying, Bill? If they did ask him, they didn't write it down. There's nothing in his 1964 interview with the FBI about any identification whatsoever. So therefore, what we have to go on is what he told Chapman and Harris. Correct or no?
No, I'm going by what he told the FBI in December. It was in December of '63.
Again, they never asked him that question, or if they did, they never wrote it down. So you're basing it on something that's not in the report. They never wrote it down if he told them, or they didn't ask him. So therefore, what we have
you're making up a scenario which for all we know didn't take place. You're making up a scenario.
I'm not making up a scenario. It's very simple. They did not ask him about any identification of Oswald or show him a picture. Or if they did, I know I keep repeating myself because it's not getting to you, getting through your head. But anyway, what we have to rely on is what he told Chapman and Harris, because that information is not in his original interview. They never asked him the question.
Jimmy Burt told the FBI, he described the guy, white male, 5'8", wearing a light-colored jacket, and he said he could not describe the man further.
Yes.
Nothing about the man not being Oswald, which is nothing about the man not being. He didn't tell him the man was not Oswald, or would have been in.
So do you take that statement to mean that I can't describe him any further than what I just described? It means that he can't identify the person? That's amazing. No, he said that the killer looked like this, this, and this, and that's all I can describe of him. You're twisting that. You're twisting that.
No, he describes the man as a white male, approximately 5'8", wearing a light-colored jacket. Yeah. That's it. Period. Yes. He doesn't say it was not Oswald. He doesn't say it was Oswald, but he doesn't say it wasn't.
He made it imply that.
I'm not implying that Jimmy Burt said it was Oswald. I've never used Jimmy Burt as a witness.
Okay, so look, it's very simple. Okay, very, very simple. Jimmy Burt said it was not Oswald. Okay, and I know what your argument is, Bill. He did not say that. That statement is not written in his FBI interview. Well,
Jimmy Burt did not tell the FBI in 1964 or 1963. It was December '63. He did not tell the FBI that the man was not Oswald. It's not in the report. He didn't tell them that
because they didn't ask them the question. It took Chapman and Harris, the real investigators, to ask him that question.
That's absurd. That's absurd.
That's I'm telling you, it's not in the report. So it's not in his report with the FBI. Why isn't it?
The FBI went out to interview Jimmy Burt to find out what he saw. And if the man was not Oswald, he would have told him that at that moment, and it would have been in the report, Matt. It's not in the report.
Either they didn't ask him, or they asked him and he told them, and they didn't write it down. So no matter what, there's no information in there about any identification or Oswald or anything. So what we have to rely on is when he was asked that, and when it was written down about what his response was. And he was asked in '68 and in the '70s, and he said it was not Oswald. End of story. It's as simple as that. He said it was not Oswald. Next topic.
No, the next topic is Jimmy Burt is a witness for the killer being neither Oswald or being Oswald, but he's not a witness for the killer being someone other than Oswald.
Yes, it is. He said it was not Oswald. He said it was not Oswald.
We're getting kind of hung up on Jimmy Burt.
Yeah, he said it was
Okay,
not.
so basically you have William Scoggins, Helen Markham, Barbara Davis and Virginia Davis, Sam Ginyard and Ted Calloway. These 6 men and women attended a police lineup, 5 of them on Friday night, Scoggins on Saturday. All 6 of them picked Oswald as the man they saw either shoot the police officer or running from the scene with a gun in his hand right after the shots. And also Jim Lavelle told me personally, for what it's worth, in the summer of 2019, I was in his living room for almost 6 hours, and he told me personally, you can give this however much weight you want to, but he told me that they were certain that the lineups were on the up and up because the last thing they wanted was for any identification to be thrown out at a trial. And I've also talked to district attorneys, more than one now, by the way, and every one of them have told me when I laid out the scenario, unbiased, that even if you feel the lineups should be thrown out, that doesn't mean the judge would not allow an in-courtroom identification by the witness. So we don't know. In fact, I believe I know, but I can't state it as a fact. So we don't know for sure that Scoggins, Markham, Davis, Calloway, and Ginyard, I feel like when they're up on the witness stand and the let's say the lineups are thrown out, which I don't think they would be, but let's say they were.
Yeah, they would.
No, you don't know that. You do not know that at all. But let's say, for example, for now, that they were thrown out. That doesn't stop the prosecuting attorney from asking these 6 witnesses, hey, can you point out the man you saw in the courtroom today? And these 6 witnesses, if they picked him out of lineup, they're going to point him out to right there on the defendant's chair right there. They're going to point right to Oswald because they picked, and I know that because they picked him at the lineup.
They picked him, but they didn't identify him.
That doesn't make any sense.
It does pick.
Chris, can you explain this to me real quick? What that means? Because Matt,
hold on.
I don't know what that means.
So you said Jim Lavelle in your interview with, I believe it was on Quorum Radio. Anyway, you said, quote, Lavelle told you that the police, quote, did everything right in the lineups, end quote. I wrote it down. Is that true? Lavelle told you this.
Now I honestly could not tell you his exact words, but I got the point that he was making.
In your interview on Quorum Radio, Bill, you said Lavelle told you the police, quote, did everything right in the lineups. Wow. I mean, folks with even a cursory knowledge about this case would leap off their chairs at this outrageous comment. Okay, I want to close this off by saying, in 1979, this isn't a quote. In 1979, Larry Harris, who was the world's leading authority on the Tippit case, he passed away the year I was born, actually.
You say was or is?
I said was. He was the world's leading authority. In 1979, Larry Harris asked Dr. Robert Buckout, who was a leading U.S. expert on eyewitness testimony and identification, to evaluate the police lineups. Okay, so he's very, very qualified. Okay, one of the best in the nation. He did so and concluded, quote, by any stretch of the imagination, virtually every rule in the book was violated in the conduct of these lineups. The results of any of these lineups, conducted as poorly and under its hysterical circumstances as they were, should be regarded as utterly worthless. End quote. That is a leading U.S. the leading U.S. expert on eyewitness testimony and identification.
I don't care who that is. Jim Lavelle told me that they did everything that they had to do to make sure the lineups were on the up and up and would not be thrown out.
So I just want to point out how insane that quote was. How about how?
So Jim Lavelle made in the same quote then, according to you, made in the same comment.
I'm not going to say that. I knew Jim Lavelle since I was 16, so I'm not going to say a bad word.
Well, let me ask you a question. Does Jim Lavelle have credibility or not?
I went to his funeral.
Doesn't mean anything. That's beside the point.
I'm not going to say a bad word about him, but I'm saying that quote, they did everything right in the lineups, is outrageous. Next topic.
Is Jim Lavelle credible or not?
I'm not here to talk about Jim Lavelle.
Okay, so
I knew him since I was 16. I went to the man's funeral. I'm not going to say a bad word about him. Next topic.
regarding the witnesses, though, there was still also Mary Brock, by the way, for what it's worth. Her husband, Robert Brock, worked at the Shell station that was at the corner of basically one block west of Patton and Jefferson. And she said that Oswald made his way behind the Texaco station. He was wearing a jacket when he did so. And she identified this man as being Oswald. So for what it's worth, Mary Brock has Lee Harvey Oswald behind the Texaco station wearing a jacket.
And and her husband standing right next to her
could not be sure one way or the other.
I can finish. Could not identify Oswald.
Correct. What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything.
I think people. I'm not sure if I summarized. I did not summarize this in round one last year. But I think people forget that 12 witnesses refused to identify Oswald. But anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there. Next topic.
Robert Brock refusing to identify Oswald is not to be taken as Robert Brock saying the guy was not Oswald.
I never said it was.
Okay, then what's your point? Then what's your point?
Refused to identify Oswald. Okay, and
Mary Brock said the guy was Oswald, and he had a jacket, and he went behind the Texaco station.
And the guy and her husband next to her can't identify Oswald. Next topic.
Ready to go on and move on. The next topic will go to Matt, and that will be about automatic shells at the scene.
Automatic shells? Okay. Okay. This is okay. So when Oswald was arrested, he, of course, had a 6-shot revolver on him. However, in the Tippit murder, there are many references to the killer using an automatic weapon. Simply put, if true, Oswald could not be the slayer of Officer Tippit. So what's the truth? At 1:37 p.m., Officer Summers reported over the radio that an eyeball witness told him the killer was, quote, armed with a .32 dark finish automatic pistol. That's on the Dallas radio tapes, volume 17, page 416. 4 minutes later, at 1:41 p.m., Sergeant Hill radioed, quote, the shell at the scene indicates that the suspect is armed with an automatic .38 rather than a revolver. Okay, and that's volume 17, page 417. Witness Lewis. There's a guy named Lewis, L.J. Lewis. He told the FBI that the killer was carrying an automatic pistol. That is volume 20, page 534. Witness Warren Reynolds. He told the FBI that the killer had an automatic. That's volume 25, page 731. Witness Ted. Witness Ted Calloway, he actually told Greg Larry, fellow Dallas researcher, that the killer was that he actually saw the killer reloading with a clip, which meant he was an automatic. Now he later said he was mistaken about that. So let's, and he, once he realized that it went against the official story, probably he doubled down on it. So let's throw him out. I think that's fair because
we're getting Matt Douthit speculation as if it means anything.
Again, this is what Ted Calloway told Greg Larry.
You're speculating. You added your speculation.
Okay, I'm not finished. First of all, so hold on. Now we have all these references to an automatic weapon being used, and automatic shells. However, many of the witnesses saw the killer tapping out the shells, which means it was a revolver. However, it seems inconceivable that Sergeant Hill could be wrong when he's holding in his hand a shell that says .38 auto in it. He not only saw it, but acted upon it, again, making that radio call. So this is a conundrum. So this is a conundrum. This is a puzzle that we have to figure out. Could that shell have been unrelated? Could it have been there previously? It's possible. Could there have been, I don't think this is entirely possible. Could there have been a second shooter and left behind an automatic shell? Who knows? Plausible, but this is something we have to figure out. You can respond.
Well, let me ask you, first of all, do you think there were two killers?
Two shooters or two killers?
Two shooters. Do you think there were two gunmen?
I have no way of knowing.
You don't want to offer an opinion, though, whether you believe.
I have no way of knowing.
Okay, so Jimmy Burt, Bill Smith, Domingo Benavides.
I'm not talking about second shooter. I'm talking about
and William
automatics.
Scoggins. They tell you do have a way of knowing. You just ignore it. They tell you there was only one gunman. Okay.
I'm not talking about a second gunman. I'm talking about
here's the important point. As far as you said Gerald Hill. Gerald Hill was not when Gerald Hill made his report over the police radio.
What Bill's going to do is he's going to bash him and say he has a big mouth, and he's going to tarnish.
I was not going to do that at all. So
he's going to tarnish this decorated officer.
I would appreciate it if you'd let me talk and let me say what I want to say about Gerald Hill instead of you telling everybody what I'm going to say about Gerald Hill, which I wasn't going to say.
You're right.
Is that fair enough?
I'm sorry, my mistake.
Okay, all right. So Gerald Hill, when he made his report over the police radio that the suspect was armed with an automatic, the shells at the scene indicate the suspect is armed with an automatic, or however it was he said it. I believe it's pretty close. He did not have the shells in his hands when he said it. You said that he had the shell in his hand when he made this report, and he should have therefore known it was not an automatic. He didn't have it. He simply knew that shells were found at the scene, and he made the report. He explains this later, Matt. He explains it. He specifically explained it. He assumed they were automatic because he knew they were found at the scene. He was not holding the shell in his hands when he made that radio report. And let me ask you something else. Why weren't shells found near Tippit's patrol car?
Sorry.
If any of these shells were an automatic, they would have been automatically ejected and found near the patrol car. No shells were found near where the killer was standing when he fired the shots. You do understand that? I mean, I know you know this. Automatic weapon automatically ejects the shell out as it's fired. So why weren't any shells found near the patrol car? Can you answer that question?
So as I said, I'm not saying all the shells were from an automatic. I said one shell found at the scene was automatic, and that's what we have to figure out. Was it there before? I think, was it there previously? Because this is Texas, bullets. Was it there before? It's possible.
But Matt, you're ignoring what I'm telling you. Gerald Hill was not holding the shell in his hand when he made the report.
Yes, he was.
No, he wasn't. He absolutely was not.
He said, quote, "I looked at the bottom of the shell." He looked at it. It's in his hand.
No, that was not before he made the report. That was after, once Poe handed the shells to him.
He said, "I looked at the bottom." And for those who are listening and don't know much about weapons and ammunition, a automatic shell is very different from a revolver shell. It's shorter, and it says 38 auto.
It's not. Hold on now. It's not very different. First of all,
it's obvious to any police reporter.
They're different, but let's don't exaggerate to make our point seem more valid.
Okay, go on.
Well, I'm just asking you, how come those shells were found near where the killer was standing?
I'm not saying. Again, I said there is one automatic shell at the scene. There's nothing wrong with that. That's just where we are. Okay, now Gerald. But it was not placed into evidence. Okay, so
it wasn't placed into evidence because it didn't exist. This is
Gerald
Hill, Matt, after the fact, said he assumed when he made that radio report, he assumed the shells were automatic because he was aware they were found at the scene. He specifically spells this out. He admits now, he's passed away now, but he admits since then that he messed up by making that report. He assumed they were automatic because he knew they were found at the scene. He was not holding the shell in his hand when he made that radio report. And also, you said Ted Calloway ID'd the weapon as being a automatic, which he did.
I dismissed that. Yes.
How close do you think Ted Calloway was at the closest to Oswald? Are you aware of this at all or not?
Okay, so we're pivoting back to Ted Calloway.
Well, no, this is about. Listen, you brought up Ted Calloway identifying the weapon as being an automatic weapon. So let's talk about Ted Calloway. How close was Ted Calloway? Do you know or not? It's okay if you don't.
We're not talking about Ted Calloway. I dismissed him.
What do you mean you dismissed him? You just relied on him. You just relied on Ted Calloway for saying it was a dark automatic. It was a dark finish automatic. Right?
Nope. Dark finish automatic? No.
What did you say? What did you say about Calloway just a minute ago when you were talking about his description of the weapon?
Calloway told researcher Greg Lowry over the phone that the killer was reloading with a clip, which meant it was a revolver. Now, later, Calloway said that he was mistaken. So that's why I'm not relying on that part right now. But that's just what exists. That's just what's out there, okay?
Calloway never says that the killer was reloading with a clip.
Yes, he did. He told this to Greg Lowry, Dallas researcher, who called him on the phone.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
No, he doesn't. All you got to do is go read his testimony. That's what he tells you.
No,
he doesn't mention a clip in his Warren Commission testimony. All right.
So what? So
well, I'm going to answer the question for you. Calloway was.
You rely on him on the Morse code. That's not in his testimony, but anyway. So that's hypocritical.
I haven't even brought that up.
Yeah. Okay, but anyway.
Calloway, the FBI came out and they said, "Mr. Calloway, where were you standing?" He says, "I was right here on the sidewalk." And they said, "And where was the guy standing when he was at his closest point to you?" He said he was right there. And he points across the street at the other sidewalk over there, south on Patton. So they pulled out a tape measure. They measured it. And they said, "Okay, now you were standing there and he was about right here." Calloway says, "Yes." It was 56 feet. Okay.
So you're trying to derail.
I'm simply trying to say that. How in the hell could Calloway or L.J. Lewis and all the other witnesses that you brought up that described this weapon be sure it was an automatic weapon or revolver, or who the hell knows?
Calloway.
It was covered by Oswald's right hand.
Again, we were talking about Gerald Hill. We're pivoting now, which we shouldn't do. Okay, so.
No, we're not pivoting. You brought up Calloway.
And I dismissed him. I'm not relying on him. I dismissed him. I'm not relying on him. So
you brought up Ted Calloway as an argument.
I dismissed him. I said that's a piece.
Okay, so you don't think Calloway saw an automatic weapon then?
No, you
don't.
So.
Okay, I'm not sure why you mentioned him then. Okay, it's fine.
Because that piece of information is out there. I'm just saying. I'm not saying that's the
so
truth.
You don't believe that,
that's what's out there.
Okay, I'm not sure why you mentioned it then. If you don't believe it, I'm not sure why you brought it up.
Okay. It relates to the topic of an automatic. But anyway.
So I have one final question, if you don't mind, and I've asked it a couple times, but you haven't answered. Why weren't any shells found near the patrol car? If they were automatic, they would have been found there.
I don't believe any of the shells. I'm sorry. I only believe one shell was an automatic. That's a fact.
It's a fact that you believe it. It sure as the hell is not a fact that it's an automatic shell.
Gerald Hill says, I looked at the bottom of the shell, and it says, it's stamped right on there. 38 auto. There's no mistaking it. He not only
there is mistaking it. Gerald Hill told you.
I give you a lot of time to talk.
There is mistaking it. Gerald Hill told you he made a mistake. Are you not aware of this interview Gerald Hill gave?
No, he never said he made a mistake.
Yes, he did. He admitted. Gerald Hill admitted it. It's a filmed interview, and he admitted that he assumed the shells were automatic because they were found at the scene.
Can I get my point across?
When you say things that are incorrect, I'm going to correct you.
It's not incorrect. No. He said, I looked at the bottom of the shell. And stamped right on the shell is 38 auto. Okay, and
right, I'm aware that he said that.
I can finish. I cannot get a word out. Can I finish? Okay. Again, like I said, there's for a police officer, there's no mistaking a 38 auto and a 38 revolver.
That's a bullshit comment to make. That's a bullshit comment to make. It can happen easily.
No,
the shells don't differ that greatly as you would have everybody believe.
Let me finish. He looked at the bottom of the shell, and he not only acted on it. No, sorry. He not only saw it, but he acted upon it, making that radio call.
That's not true at all. That is not true.
Yes.
Nope. He was not holding the shell in his hand. He had not seen the shells with his own eyes when he made that radio report.
He did.
No, he had not.
He saw the shell. I looked at the bottom of the shell.
Quote, he says that he says that after the fact he saw the shell later and said that, not before he made the radio report. You're missing it up. When he looked at the shell, it was after Poe gave the shells to him, which was after he'd already made the radio report. He made the radio report based solely on being aware that some shells were found, so he assumed they were automatic. Why wouldn't he? What dumbass killer ejects shells from a revolver manually and throws them down? Oswald did.
So since apparently you don't believe me, I'll read you from your favorite book, With Malice. It says, in the radio transmission, Hill mentioned that the shell found at the scene were 38s. Asked how he determined that the shells were 38 caliber, Hill replied, quote, you can tell that from the shell. 38 is stamped on the bottom of it. I looked on the bottom and stamped, and that's a quote from your favorite book.
That is exactly. You're not telling me anything I didn't already know, but that you're not addressing the issue here.
Yes,
the issue is that Gerald Hill did not look at the shell until after the report.
I don't know. Listen.
Yes, no, that you're misinformed on this. Gerald Hill himself tells you that he. I'll find it. I'm sure this debate will be posted in the groups, and I'll post it under the discussion of it.
Okay, listen. To sum up, it's clearly obvious to any police officer that an automatic.
It is not. Because Gerald Hill himself messed it up. It's not clearly obvious.
Chris, can you tell him to let me finish? Okay, good. So, 38 autos are completely different. I'm sorry, they're different from 38 specials, okay? He's looking at it. He looked at the bottom. It says stamped right on there, 38 auto. He made it.
You keep repeating yourself.
I can't even get a word out.
You keep repeating yourself. You just add to the length of this debate.
That's because it's true.
It's not true. You're misinformed. Again, Hill did not have the shell in his hand until after he made the report.
Okay, well,
he said the shells at the scene indicate the suspect is armed with an automatic because he knew shells were found.
Yep.
And he made an assumption. He says that. He tells you this later. You just aren't aware of it, I guess.
Okay. And he even so officially there were 2 shells, but if we go by this automatic, first of all there were 2 shells found first, and then 2 shells found later in the day. So just for the listeners, we're talking about the first 2 shells that were found, but we would be talking about a third shell, the third automatic, an automatic shell that was found. Okay, now Gerald Hill was asked about that by Stavis Ellis, who was a cop, and Stavis Ellis asked him, what was up about that automatic shell? This is a private conversation they had. What was up about that 38 automatic, that extra shell, that automatic shell that you found at the Tippit scene? And Sergeant Hill said, yeah, we did find an automatic shell, but it was unrelated to the case. And that's why, okay, so that would explain why it's not in evidence, why this other shell isn't evidence. And in fact, in Hill's testimony, he actually slips up and he said, yeah, we found 3 shells.
Right.
But he meant to say 2, but 2 is the official number, so he slipped in. And Domingo.
How do you know he slipped up?
I'm almost finished. And Donnie Benavides, who found those shells, he also slipped up and he said he found 3 shells in 1967 on CBS. But anyway, so as I said, it's very possible that extra shell was there before. It's very possible. I'm not saying as a fact there were 2 killers. I'm not saying that all the shells were automatic. I'm saying this is a problem in the case, and this is a possibly logical explanation that it was unrelated, and that's why it's not in evidence. That's possible.
It's also possible that Gerald Hill was talking to some blowhard and didn't want to admit that he made a mistake. And so this private conversation you're talking about, he said, well, yeah, we found an automatic shell, not realizing that this was going to be talked about later. He's trying to be dismissive. Gerald Hill was embarrassed. Gerald Hill was embarrassed about the mistake he made. It was a huge mistake.
He's looking right at it. It says 38.
He was not, Matt. He was not looking right at it when he made the radio report. He's embarrassed about that mistake. He's embarrassed of the mistake he made by saying the suspect is armed with an automatic weapon because the shells at the scene indicated.
It's incomprehensible that he could be wrong when he's looking at it and he says he looked at the bottom of it and it's 38. No matter what time frame it was, no matter when he looked at it, he still looked at it. And on the bottom, which he says he looked at, it says 38 auto. So there was a 38 auto shell found there. Okay? So we have so that's a problem, and I gave you a logical, plausible explanation that it was unrelated. Next topic.
So we can add this shell to the list of evidence or items found at the scene that were never placed into evidence that mysteriously disappeared. We can just add this to it.
Yes.
Okay, because why? Conspirators were out there making evidence disappear, or someone was out there making the call on what gets admitted and what doesn't?
Never said that. Nope, never said that.
I'm asking you. Who's making the call on this supposed automatic shell not being placed into evidence?
I have no way of knowing. I have no way of knowing.
So all I know is that this is all hypothetical then.
All we know is that there was an extra shell there that was found. It was an automatic, and it was never placed into evidence. Most likely, as I said, it was unrelated. But if it wasn't unrelated, it could be evidence of something bigger. But we don't have any more evidence than that. All we have is what I told you. That's all it is, and all we can do is speculate.
That is all you're doing. That's for sure.
Yes, we're speculating based on what the evidence is, based on what was seen. It's clearly stamped right on the shell. 38.
I understand that. I understand that.
Yes.
And Gerald Hill addressed this mistake.
Well, yeah, he addressed it publicly, but privately, he said something else.
Because he's talking to some guy and not wanting to admit to something that embarrassed him.
He's not just some guy. He's talking to Stavis.
I'm talking about to Gerald Hill. He was just some guy, really. Quite honestly. To Gerald Hill, he was just some guy that he was talking to. A police officer.
People admit stuff privately all the time, but no, there was a 38 auto shell found. You can disagree.
No, there wasn't. No.
You can disagree with that. It's a free country, but I'm telling you what the evidence is. He looked at it, and it's inconceivable.
No, you're gonna have to tell me where's the evidence or proof that a 38? There is no evidence of it.
Of what?
That a 38 automatic was found. There's no evidence of it.
I told you.
No, there's not.
He said, I looked at the bottom. And then he said, I looked at the bottom. What's stamped at the bottom? 38 auto. And he gets on the radio and says it's an automatic. It's super simple.
But I'm asking you to tell me who's
not
responsible for making this. Why was this shell not admitted? Who makes this call? Who are these conspirators deciding?
It's not
so you're just raising questions but not answering them.
That's what I want to know. I want to know why it wasn't admitted into evidence. But Hill said privately it wasn't admitted into evidence because it was unrelated.
It wasn't admitted into evidence because it's fictional.
What?
It wasn't admitted into evidence because it didn't exist.
Again, you can believe that it's a free country, but I gave you the evidence, all the evidence. The listener can decide for themselves. I gave you all the evidence. Next topic.
Listeners can decide for themselves. That's right. No shells were found near the patrol car.
I'm not saying that was found.
Automatics would have been.
I never said it was found near the patrol car. I'm saying a third shell was found at the scene.
So in Oak Cliff, suburb of Dallas, in 1963, we just happened to have bullet casings laying all over the place in residential neighborhoods.
I said bullet casings. Again, I live in Texas. This is a common thing.
There aren't bullet casings just laying on the ground, coincidentally in the same vicinity where a policeman was shot.
I never said they're lying everywhere. Again, you're trying to. Oh boy, you're just trying to.
The whole thing's absurd. The whole theory is absurd.
It's not absurd. I just told you. There's an automatic shell found at the scene. It wasn't admitted into evidence. Sergeant Hill said, it was unrelated. That could be the truth, or it could mean something else. But that's all we have. That's all we have to go on. That's what the evidence is. You can't change the evidence.
It means
that's what the evidence is. He got it. He looked at it. Got on the radio, and it's okay. Okay.
Go ahead,
Next
Chris.
topic. Hello?
So the next topic will be the jacket.
It's your turn, so yeah, go.
Okay. So basically, so Earlene Roberts said on the day of the murder to a reporter that Oswald left wearing a short gray coat, regardless of what color she described it as being. She said it was basically a short gray coat. Whether it was light or dark is indifferent to my point. We have Oswald leaving the room in the house wearing a jacket, and she testified to the Warren Commission that he was zipping it up as he went out the door. Helen Markham said the jacket was grayish tan that the killer was wearing. Domingo Benavides said it was light beige. Barbara Davis said it was a dark coat, and then Virginia Davis said it was light brown or tan. Ted Calloway said it was light tannish gray. Sam Ginyard said it was light gray. Scoggins said it was light colored or light blue. Bill Smith said it was light brown, and Jimmy Burt said it was light colored. Okay, now obviously Warren Commission Exhibit 162 was found underneath a car behind the Texaco station, where I've told you earlier, Mary Brock places Lee Harvey Oswald with a light colored jacket on. Okay, Marina Oswald told the FBI that Lee owned a light gray jacket. The jacket that was found under the car had microscopic fibers inside one of the sleeves. This was per an FBI report found by Dale Myers when he was at the National Archives. In this FBI report dated December 1963, it said dark blue, gray, black, and orange yellow cotton fibers were found inside the sleeve. Now, they also removed test fibers for comparison purposes from the shirt that Oswald was wearing when he was arrested. And these test fibers were the same, they were also dark blue, gray, black, and orange yellow cotton fibers. So when you compare microscopic fibers forensically, you're doing so based on three characteristics: color, shade, and twist. The colors, shade, and twist, these fibers that were found inside the sleeve of the jacket found under the car behind the Texaco station were the same exact color, shade, and twist as test fibers removed from Oswald's arrest shirt. And my biggest question is, when he left the rooming house, Oswald had on a jacket. And when he's seen by Johnny Brewer testified to the Warren Commission that Oswald had no jacket on when he saw him out on the sidewalk, ducking into his little vestibule there at the shoe store. Why did Oswald get rid of the jacket between the rooming house and the shoe store? Forget 10th and Patton. Pretend like Oswald was never at 10th and Patton. Forget the jacket found under the car behind the Texaco station for a moment. He's at the rooming house, zipping up a jacket as he goes out the door. He's at the shoe store on Jefferson with no jacket on. And that's according to Johnny Brewer's Warren Commission testimony in 1964, no jacket. Nobody's ever been able to answer for me satisfactorily, reasonably, why Oswald ditched his jacket between the rooming house and the shoe store.
So what are you not telling listeners? What are you omitting from that?
I pretty much made my case right there.
What do you think I'm going to say?
Go ahead and say it, Matt, whatever you're going to say.
This is a good question. What do you think my response is going to be?
Well, when I asked you last year, you said, we don't know what happened to the jacket that he was wearing when he left the rooming house.
Exactly. And now I have a better answer.
Well, you don't have a better answer. You have a different answer, but it's not better. It's not any better.
It's better. Yeah. I didn't. Yeah, correct. Okay. So first
you
of all,
can bring up what Johnny Brewer supposedly told Oliver Stone's crew.
Okay. So first of all, you declared that the fibers found in the jacket match Oswald's shirt, right? And same thing with round one last year. I did not really have a good answer for that either. I brought up, cross-contamination and that stuff. But I'll just say this.
Which there's no evidence of. Out of
the millions of pages in the National Archives, only a single page, random page, claims this. Wasn't mentioned in the Warren report or testimony. Wasn't mentioned by the HSCA. Who did the alleged test? When? Where? Where are the test results? Where are the lab reports? See, we don't know jack. All we have is a single random page claiming this. Absolute hearsay.
It's an FBI report. It's an FBI report, Matt.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's in evidence.
It's just one. There's only one page in the National Archives that mentions this. It's just one page.
How many reports do you want them to make? 8 reports so that you can be happy and say there's 8 pages? One report.
Who did the test?
The FBI. It's an FBI report.
I want names. Who did it? Who?
You tell me.
No, I'm asking you. You're making the claim.
My claim is that these fibers were compared forensically.
Yes.
And they were matched. The same color, the same shade, and the same twist. And when we're done, we can post information about this report in the discussion sections.
It's just one information. You see what you did to slide that in there? No, it's just one page that claims this. One page.
How many pages do you want there to be? What difference does that make?
I just asked you the question. First of all, who did the test? Who did this test? Alleged test. Who?
I said I have to look it up. We can post the information about the FBI report.
Again, there's only one page. It doesn't tell you. It doesn't tell you who did it. Who did it? Tell me. You don't know. We don't know.
There's an FBI report, Matt.
Yes, I know. It's one page.
My claim is that there's an FBI report that was found in the National Archives in College Park, Maryland, that says The fibers found inside the jacket
I know what you're saying. I know what you're
were
saying.
a
No,
dead match with
that
the
is
fibers taken
CD7.
from Oswald's arrest shirt.
I know what your claim is. That's CD7, page 352. I know. But no, tell me, who did the test? I want names. Since you're making the claim. Who did this test?
I'd have to go look up that information.
There is no information. It's just a single page.
So because you haven't been able to find it, there's no information.
You're the one who's making the claim that there's evidence.
Because you haven't been able to find it means that there's no information. Is that what you're saying?
There's nothing else.
Let me get you to commit. Let me get you to commit. Are you saying that there's no information about who did this that can be found out there about who did this examination?
If there was, it would be published in your favorite book, but it's not. All we have is a single random page that just suddenly claims this. Listen, for the listeners reading, we know who all the other items of evidence that were tested. We know the names of everyone and of who tested them. And, we have papers and results and everything. But this is just a random claim on a random document in the National Archives. We don't know, and it wasn't mentioned in the Warren Report or the HSCA or in, so who did the alleged test? We don't know. When was it done? We don't know. Where? Where are the test results?
The testing was done by lab technicians at the FBI.
Who? I want names. Who did this?
Lab techs at the FBI. That's all I know. But it wasn't like privately contracted out or anything like that. These were lab techs at the FBI.
Where are the test results? Where are the lab reports? Where are the notes? We have nothing. We just have a claim on a random document. That doesn't cut the mustard, bro. It doesn't. We just have a claim. We have a claim. A claim.
We
don't have evidence. We don't have evidence. We have a claim. Anyway, you said Johnny Brewer, he testified he saw Oswald with no jacket. But, and you asked me about that, and I gave a bad response. I said, well, we don't know. But I do have a better answer now. Or
before you get to that, let me tell you this. This isn't with malice, okay? FBI. This is regarding the fibers and the report found by Dale Myers.
Yes, it's
FBI RIF 124-1009-10499. It's an FBI memo from Jevons to Conrad dated December 3rd of 63, which I already stated. Now, it says here, since fiber characteristics are not exclusive to any one particular shirt, the results of the FBI lab exam only mean that the fibers found in the gray zipper jacket came from Oswald's arrest shirt or another shirt of the same material, which is what I've always said. Nearly 4 months after this report was complete, the Warren Commission initiated an investigation into the jacket's laundry tag in an effort to identify the owner, adding, the jacket has been identified by certain witnesses as the jacket of Oswald, even though Matt Douthit said that's not true. But we would prefer more exact identification. This is House Select Committee Assassination RIF 180-10060-10246, which is a letter J. Lee Rankin to Hoover, March of 64. Now I'm almost done. Former Warren Commission counsel David Beelan was asked in 1998 letter why the Warren Commission never used the lab report to establish ownership of the jacket or to show Oswald's presence near the Tippit murder scene. In his reply, Beelan wrote, there already was overwhelming evidence to tie Oswald to the Tippit murder shooting in light of the positive identification of Oswald as the man with the gun by William Scoggins, Barbara Davis, Virginia Davis, Ted Calloway, Sam Gagnon, and Helen Markham. Moreover, Oswald was apprehended with the murder weapon in his hand, as confirmed by the cartridge cases turned over to the police by witnesses at the Tippit murder scene. At the time of the Warren Commission investigation, experts retained by the commission determined that individual fibers, like hairs, are not unique. Under all of the circumstances, I did not believe that the quality of the evidence compared with the ballistic identification of the cartridge cases found at the murder scene. We know now through DNA analysis that hairs can be identified as uniquely coming from a particular individual. In other words, they didn't think it was worth it. And he's probably right. Because all the fibers will tell you, and this is what I also was going to say All the fibers are going to tell you is that whoever was wearing the jacket either was wearing Oswald's shirt when he was arrested, the shirt that Oswald was wearing when he was arrested, or they were wearing a shirt with the exact same fiber characteristics.
Again,
so therefore, no one is using the fibers found in the sleeve, the microscopic fibers found in the sleeve of the jacket, as proof that Oswald was wearing that jacket. We're simply saying that the fibers found in the sleeve are a dead match with the fibers taken from Oswald's arrest shirt. And there's no evidence of any contamination either, cross-contamination.
So you said so what you read, you say it's not, no one's claiming as proof. Do you know what the name of the chapter is that you just read that from? Proof positive. But anyway, okay. So
that doesn't, nobody's claiming, no, and Dale Myers in his own words specifically spells out in parentheses, and I read that.
So again, everything you just said.
He specifically spells out that just because fibers were found in the jacket that matched the shirt does not mean as a fact that Oswald was wearing that jacket. It just means that whoever was wearing the jacket was also wearing a shirt exactly like Oswald's with the same fiber characteristics.
Are you done?
So get back to like what happened to the jacket Oswald was wearing when he left the rooming house, between the rooming house and the shoe store. Because Johnny Brewer told the Warren Commission in 1964, as a fact, he was directly asked if Oswald was wearing a jacket. He said no.
Okay, so we'll get to that in a second. Okay, so everything that you just read does not debunk anything I just said. Like I said, all we have is a claim on a single piece of paper that these fibers match. It wasn't mentioned by anyone, anywhere. We don't know who tested it. We don't know where it was tested. We don't have lab reports. We don't have test results. We don't have notes. We do on all the other pieces of evidence, which is credible. Now, if there was all this stuff on this fiber evidence, then yeah, that would be convincing. But we don't. We just have a claim on a random piece of paper out of the millions of pages in the National Archives, just a claim. And it's not backed by anything. Probably they just, who knows, they probably threw it in there because some eager beaver like you might jump on it because they knew their case wasn't good. But anyway,
well, I'm just telling you, it's a memo from Jimmins to Conrad, December 63, talking about the FBI, the results of the lab techs is what it is.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at the same page you are. Okay.
Right. Okay. So you asked the question. It's a memo.
Yes.
From Jevons to Conrad, dated December 3rd, 1963, discussing that lab technicians.
Who are the lab technicians? Who?
I have no idea. I've never seen.
We have no idea.
I've never seen the memo.
Hearsay. This is just a claim. This is just hearsay. It's just a claim. It's hearsay. We have nothing.
Why is it hearsay? Why is it hearsay?
It's a claim. We have nothing to go on.
Why is it hearsay? And do you ever rely on hearsay?
Forget about hearsay. It's a claim.
No, hold on a minute now. You talk about, you said hearsay. You talk about Al Chapman and Jimmy Burt in 1968. Jimmy Burt saying it was not Oswald.
We have the raw interview transcript of that interview. But anyway, getting back on track, this right here is just a claim. A claim that's not backed up by anything. Now, like I said, if it's
just a claim by Al Chapman. Also,
no, it's not. Different. It's in the interviews in the National Archives. Oh my God!
Matt, it's still just be. No, is it audio? Is it audio or video or film? Is it audio or film? Jimmy Burt.
It's a transcript based on audio. Listen, I'm sure the audio is in there. I don't think anyone has gone that deep, but we have the transcript. I can post it for you. But anyway, this whole fiber thing is a claim. There's no evidence to back it up. It wasn't mentioned by the Warren Report or the HSCA or David Bellin in his who you read from in his book. It wasn't mentioned by anyone. It's a claim on a single random page. And
Bellin did not mention the fibers because he didn't feel like when you already had the shells incriminating Oswald and the witnesses incriminating Oswald, the fibers didn't mean anything. And he's right.
We're talking about the fibers. So again, there's nothing to back this up on. I didn't have a good answer in round one last year, but so I think this was a better answer. Okay, so you mentioned Johnny Brewer testified that he saw Oswald with no jacket. And you say, oh, why would ditch his jacket? Well, as I pointed out a couple months ago, as I recently pointed out, if you sit down and talk with Brewer...
You pointed it out because I told you.
Let me finish. But as I recently pointed out, if you actually sit down and talk with Brewer, he'll tell you
You don't know that. You have no way of knowing that. You have no way of knowing that.
Chris, I'm not even done making my claim, my argument, and he's interrupting. Okay. Third time, Jesus, as I recently pointed out, if you sit down and talk with Brewer, he'll tell you that he never read his printed Warren Commission testimony until 1991, and that actually Oswald was in fact wearing a jacket. Okay? So, and that is JFK, the book of the film, the documented screenplay, which had pages 173 to 174. So I'm turning it around on you. This proves that he didn't kill Tippit.
No, it doesn't.
Hold on. I just want to tell this to the reader, to the listeners. Never take at face value what a document says. It's always double check things with the actual eyewitnesses. Okay? Always have to do that. I think I said that earlier.
First of all, Oswald, Johnny Brewer said in '64 to the Warren Commission, they asked him straight up, was he wearing a jacket? He said no. But let's say for a second that Oswald was wearing a jacket in front of the shoe store. How does that prove that he didn't kill Tippit? Because Helen Markham.
Your claim is that he ditched it.
No, your but your claim it's two different things. You're trying to take two different things and combine them into one. Okay, your claim right now is that Oswald wearing a jacket, as supposedly seen by Johnny Brewer on Jefferson, is proof that he didn't kill Oswald. That he didn't kill Tippit. And I'm asking you, how is that possibly true?
Your whole argument is he wasn't wearing a jacket, so that proves he killed Tippit because he ditched his jacket. But I'm turning it around on you.
Forget Warren Commission Exhibit 162 and forget the jacket found under the car. Forget it for a second. You said that Oswald wearing a jacket on Jefferson is proof he didn't kill Tippit. And I'm asking you how. How is that proof?
Wait, say it again. I missed the last part.
Forget the jacket found under the car. Forget Warren Commission Exhibit 162. Forget that for a second. You said that by Johnny Brewer saying that Oswald was wearing a jacket on Jefferson, it's proof that he didn't kill Oswald. That's what you just said. They didn't kill Tippit. You said that that's proof that Oswald did not kill Tippit.
Yeah.
And I'm asking you, how is that proof?
Because if he's still wearing a jacket, for those that
every witness said the killer was wearing a jacket. Every one of them.
Exactly. Okay, let me finish. For those that don't know, the official story is that Oswald ditched his jacket.
I already said forget ditching the jacket, Matt. Forget that part. Every witness at the scene at 10th and Patton had Oswald wearing a jacket, or the killer wearing a jacket.
Correct. So what are we talking about? What's your question?
My question is very clear. You said that Oswald, if he was wearing a jacket on Jefferson, which he wasn't, but if he was, you said that's proof he didn't kill Tippit. I'm asking you, how is that proof?
It's proof because the official story is that he ditched it, and if he is still wearing a jacket, then he didn't kill Tippit because
if he's still wearing a jacket, all it means is he didn't ditch it. It doesn't mean he didn't kill Tippit. How are you making that leap to that proving he didn't kill Tippit?
Because the official story, like I said, is that he ditched his jacket. Is that he did? By the way, it's your argument that because he was supposedly not wearing a jacket, that means he killed Tippit. That's what your argument is, right? So I'm flipping it around on you. Johnny Brewer, if you actually talk with him, says he was.
I'm not saying because Oswald wasn't
turning it around. That proves that he didn't kill Tippit. See what I mean?
Oswald,
I love this.
Oswald wearing a jacket on Jefferson, if he were wearing a jacket, which he was not, does not prove he didn't kill Tippit. That's an absurd statement. Every single witness to the Tippit murder or the fleeing suspect said he was wearing a jacket.
So why do you bring up the fact that he was allegedly not wearing a jacket when Johnny Brewer sees him? What's the point?
Because Johnny Brewer was very clear in his Warren Commission testimony, which you're claiming without evidence, really, that has been doctored or faked or false. Johnny Brewer specifically said in his Warren Commission testimony that Oswald was not wearing a jacket when he saw him on Jefferson Boulevard. He was not wearing a jacket.
Okay, so as I said,
if I remember correctly, and I'm not looking up like you're doing, I'm not looking up all this testimony stuff. If I recall correctly, Johnny Brewer may have even described the shirt in some detail about whether it was tucked in or the shirt tails or something like that. I can't recall for sure right now, but I can certainly go look.
Okay.
Oswald was not wearing a jacket on Jefferson.
So in his print, so as I thought I was clear before. Johnny Brewer, if you sit down and talk with him, he'll tell you that he never read his printed Warren Commission testimony to check if everything was accurate or everything. He didn't read it until 28 years later.
This is according to Oliver Stone and his film crew, Matt.
Yeah, they interviewed him.
You don't know that Johnny Brewer ever said such a thing like that. You don't know that if you sit down with Johnny Brewer today, he's going to tell you that Oswald wasn't wearing a jacket. You're just talking about Oliver Stone. You know that the movie JFK.
Sat down and talked with him.
You know the movie JFK wasn't true, right?
They sat down and talked with him, and he said, "No, actually, I never read. I never read my Warren Commission testimony until now. When I saw Oswald, he was." And
I call bullshit. I call bullshit on that. I call bullshit on that.
Okay, it's a free country. It's a free country.
No, but you don't have a right to say, if you sit down with Johnny Brewer, he'll tell you. You don't have a right to say that.
Yes, he will.
You're going on hearsay from Oliver Stone's film crew, whoever it was wrote that book about the movie.
Okay, so I guess.
Well, are you going on hearsay or not?
How about Chris?
Will you please answer that question real quick?
How about Chris?
You won't answer the question because you criticize others when they use hearsay, but you won't accept it when you're using hearsay.
I'm not using hearsay. I have a photo. I have a photo of Johnny Brewer on the set of JFK.
How the hell does that prove what he said? Supposedly
in the movie, and he was a advisor to that scene when they showed that scene in the movie of Oswald in his foyer. And what's in the movie? Oswald.
As I told you, as I made you aware, the movie has Oswald wearing a jacket.
Correct. Exactly.
Right.
Yes.
Because Oliver Stone's going to do that, Matt. That's why. You know, JFK is not a true movie, right? It's not factual.
Okay,
you realize it's fiction. It's Hollywood. It's a movie.
I implore people to get this book, JFK, the book of the film, the documented screenplay. Every single sentence is footnoted, and it's not just the screenplay. There are footnotes, endnotes, articles by many other researchers, reporters, and stuff like that. It's a very interesting book. It has side stories and side notes about them filming, and this was one of them. How Johnny Brewer was a consultant on the movie. That they brought him on the set. I have a picture of him on the set, and he told them, the film crew, this is a major Hollywood film crew, that actually he said, you know what? I never read my Warren Commission testimony until now. And he read it, and he said, actually, Oswald, when I saw him, he was wearing a jacket when I saw him. And that's in the movie that he's wearing a jacket because he's right there on set telling them, how it should look.
He wasn't on set telling them that. Listen. So, okay. So let's throw out his Warren Commission testimony. Throw it out. Okay. His affidavit. Okay. His affidavit on December 6th of 1963, it says, on a Friday, November 22nd, 1963, I was at work at Hardy's Shoe Store, 213 West Jefferson. I had heard on the radio that the president had been shot, also that a policeman had been shot in Oak Cliff. About 1:30 p.m., I saw a man standing in the lobby of the shoe store. This man was wearing a brown sports shirt. He also acted scared, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, I agree. He was wearing a brown shirt.
He didn't say he was wearing a jacket, Matt. He said he was wearing a brown sports shirt.
So what?
So now we're going to throw out. So now Brewer's Warren Commission testimony has been doctored, and so is his affidavit to the Dallas County. I never
said that his Warren Commission testimony was doctored, Bill. I've never said that. They asked him
in his Warren Commission testimony. He says the guy was not wearing a jacket.
Could I talk? No, it says it was a yes or no question. It says no. But a no can simply be a mistake.
Come on, stop that. That's bullshit. No, he was asked if Oswald was wearing a jacket, and he said no. And then his affidavit, he says he was wearing a brown sports shirt.
Again, he said they sat down and talked with him, and he said, I never read my Warren.
You don't know that they sat down and talked to him, and he said it.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
You don't know that that's what he said. You're not listening to me.
Okay, then we'll have to contact.
And you think a photo of him talking to someone is proof of what he said? That's absurd too. His affidavit. This man was wearing a brown sports shirt. And then he goes on to describe the way Oswald was acting. He doesn't say anything about him wearing a jacket. He wasn't wearing a jacket. Brewer says in two different occasions, the man, he makes no, number one, he's asked if he's wearing a jacket. He says no. The other occasion in his affidavit, he describes the man as wearing a brown sports shirt. Nothing about a jacket. You just need to face it. He wasn't wearing a jacket. You were right last year when you acknowledged he was not wearing a jacket on Jefferson. You don't know why you ditched it. That was a way better answer than this bullshit about what he supposedly told the people that wrote the book for Oliver Stone's movie JFK. It's bullshit. So you're going to criticize the Warren Commission testimony and how Brewer never saw it. What about it? I'm asking you, what about his affidavit? The man was wearing a brown sports shirt. Period.
Brown shirt. Yeah, sure. The brown shirt was a stood out to him more than the jacket. Simple as
That
that.
is ridiculous, Matt. That is ridiculous. That is absolutely. You want to talk in the beginning about making excuses?
You can yell, but that doesn't make it true, Bill. I'm telling you. Hey, listen, I've been trying to say this 5 times. Chris, call Johnny Brewer up, have him on your show. Ask him. Do it.
About 1:30 p.m., I saw a man standing in the lobby of the shoe store. This man was wearing a brown sports shirt. He also acted as if he was scared.
So
Period.
he didn't mention the jacket.
Period.
Nothing
about the jacket.
So what?
Do you want to go on to your next topic now, which is the wallet?
No. I'm not going to. No.
Okay.
So
all right.
Hold on. So again, Chris, our host, you still there? Is our host here? Hello?
Let's just keep going. Go on about.
Okay. So Chris can, or you can call him, can have Johnny Brewer on this podcast, on this show right here, and you can ask
good
him.
luck with that. The guy doesn't return calls, and I don't blame him.
If I can get a word in, Jesus. So it's simple. The brown shirt made a bigger impact on him more than the jacket. But if you
bullshit.
Okay, you can swear and shout all you want, but that doesn't make it true. I'm telling you.
Bullshit.
Okay, I can tell you. You gonna stop swearing and let me talk? Final word. He will tell you that he never read his Warren Commission testimony until 27 years later. He said,
what about his affidavit when he says the man was wearing a brown sports shirt? He doesn't mention the jacket.
Sports shirt obviously made a bigger impact on him more than the jacket.
That is nonsense, and you're making excuses.
Again, okay, whatever. So
go on with the wallet, because
call him up, and he'll tell you that Oswald was wearing a brown shirt. I'm sorry, was wearing a jacket.
He will tell you. He will tell you Oswald was wearing a brown shirt, because that's what he said in his affidavit in December.
You don't get to laugh at me. I made a simple mistake.
This man was wearing a brown shirt. Period.
Yes, everyone agrees he was wearing a brown shirt.
Period.
So he was also wearing a jacket.
No, he wasn't.
If that's true, that proves he didn't kill.
If he was wearing a jacket, he would have said in his affidavit. He would have said he was wearing a jacket in his affidavit.
You don't know that.
The brown sports shirt.
Okay, I've talked to so many witnesses in this case. They tell stuff that little subtle details that they never testified to, because just because it's not in testimony does not mean it didn't happen.
There's no chance that Oswald is wearing a jacket, and all Brewer does is mention a brown sports shirt in his affidavit.
Now, as I told you, okay, we're just going around in circles. I told you.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Obviously, the shirt made a bigger impact on him more than the jacket.
Bullshit.
Matter. Okay, what's the next topic?
The wallet. Your topic.
Oh, okay. Okay, so this is a very conundrum. This next topic, letting the readers know about the wallet. Okay, so in his 1996 autobiography, FBI agent James Hosty dropped a major bombshell. He wrote, quote, near the puddle of blood where Tippit's body had lain, Westbrook had found a man's leather wallet. In it, he discovered identification for Lee Oswald as well as other identification for Alec Heidel. Westbrook called Agent Bob Barrett over and showed him the wallet and identifications. Westbrook asked Barrett if the FBI knew anything about Oswald or Heidel. Barrett shook his head. And there's even news footage of officers at the crime scene inspecting the wallet. This is shocking and flies right in the face of the official story, which has the police obtaining Oswald's wallet from him when arrested. But actually, when closely examined, the wallet in the news footage and Oswald's wallet in evidence are not the same. Okay? So what's going on? When the news footage of the wallet aired that day, we were told, quote, this is the officer's billfold that was found lying on the ground right alongside of the car, end quote. But this too cannot be, because Officer Tippit's wallet was on his person when he died and later given to his widow. Moreover, it's the wrong color than the wallet in the news footage. So, if not Oswald's arrest wallet and not Tippit's wallet, then whose wallet was it? Well, according to officers at the scene, it did contain an Oswald and Heidel ID. Agent Bob Barrett, he again, like I said, Captain Westbrook called him over and was thumbing through a wallet, and he asked him if he knew a Heidel or an Oswald, and he said no. Officer Leonard Jez, told a conference in 1999 that the wallet was identified at the murder scene as belonging to Oswald. And we have Sergeant Kenneth Croy. He put in writing that to researcher Ferris Rickstoll III that he was the, quote, first on the scene and, quote, recovered Oswald's wallet there too, end quote. In all, Oswald had 4 wallets. I mean, this in and of itself is bizarre, but after all, he was a government agent, but that's another story for another show. Is it possible he had a 5th one that was thrown down at the scene to frame him? It appears so. It seems so. Sergeant Croy told researcher Jones Harris that a civilian had approached him and handed him the wallet. Officer Croy further told your buddy, Mr. Dale Myers, that the civilian explained that the killer had thrown the wallet down as he fled. Okay, now since no sane person would leave behind his wallet after committing a murder, we possibly have to conclude that this was a deliberate action to frame Oswald. That is, if this account is true. If, however, the Tippit murder was not connected to the assassination in any way, which is a possibility, as some have speculated, then perhaps after hearing an officer had been shot, is it entirely out of the realm of possibility that a conspirator, seeing an opportunity, went to the scene and just simply handed the wallet over to Croy and said, "Here you go." He threw it down. This would seem to make sense since no witness saw the gunman throwing down anything. The civilian then disappeared. What happened to the wallet? It disappeared too. Why? We do not know. And I have some extra stuff I can talk about, but that's sort of a mouthful what I just said, so I'll let you respond.
Well, first of all, did you literally say direct quote, "We possibly have to conclude"? You said, since no sane killer would leave his wallet at the scene after shooting a police officer, we possibly have to conclude. I didn't say possibly. Yeah. Yeah, you did. Yeah, I wrote it down when you said it. We possibly have to conclude. Okay, all right.
No one saw the killer. Yeah.
You said that the wallet seen in the news footage. You're talking about the Ron Reiland film, Ryland film.
Yes, that's the only one.
There's news footage of the wallet being inspected, and you said that this directly contradicts the official version. That's not true at all.
Say it again. Let's say it again.
You said that news footage showing the wallet being inspected at the scene.
Yes.
Directly. You said it contradicts the official version. That is not true.
No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that.
You did say that. That's exactly what you said. You said it contradicts the official version.
No, I think I meant, no. This is what I said. I said, if what Hosty wrote in his book, that contradicts the official story. But we know it was not, Oswald's arrest wallet. Is that what you're saying?
No, what you said basically was the news footage showing the wallet being inspected. You said that it contradicts the official version. That's what you said.
No. If.
Okay, so you're putting an if in there. That's what I wanted to be clear on.
I'm saying, listen. I'm saying.
Did you know that there's no?
If it was Oswald's arrest wallet, which it was not.
Well, sure it was.
Then it would contradict.
Okay, but that's not quite what you said. But I get it now. So did you know that there's no report filed by Captain Westbrook of handling an Oswald Heidel wallet?
Yeah, that's what I want. That's what I want to know.
And do you know that Bob Barrett, FBI agent, states that Westbrook asked him at the scene if he ever heard the names Oswald or Heidel, and Barrett did go to Westbrook's office upon arriving at the police department, and he could be confused on when it was that Westbrook asked him about the two names. Okay, but here's the thing: no reports were ever filed mentioning Oswald or Heidel wallet being found at the scene by anybody.
That's what I want to know.
And Kenneth Corey makes no mention of a wallet in his Warren Commission testimony.
That's
Okay,
what I want to know too. That's what I want to know.
So why can't you just understand that these guys are full of shit sometimes later? First of all,
Wow.
Bob Barrett has no
Wow.
credibility. Bob Barrett has no credibility once the 1980s came along, and he said this stuff he said it's like in the 90s, right?
No. Okay. You have wow. I can't believe you called Agent Barrett, Kenneth Croy, and Jazz full of shit. That speaks.
Listen. Bob Barrett claimed that he took possession of Oswald's revolver at the Texas Theater. That's not true at all.
Say that. No, he didn't say that.
Yes, he did. He said it in a radio interview, a newspaper interview. He said there's a newspaper
That-
article.
okay, yeah. So
Yeah. And you're trying to say that and you once said that the damn newspaper reporter messed up and got the facts wrong. That's bullshit too. Bob Barrett told a newspaper
I can't believe I didn't know. Hello?
Yeah, we're here.
I can't believe I didn't know about the Bob Barrett testifying to that, but that still doesn't. But that doesn't mean you're right and I'm wrong. What that means is we have a split.
Yeah,
because we have a.
I mean, that's okay. That's we've already talked about all that. Let's get to the next one. Which Chris,
no. I'm saying it makes me look bad.
Oh well, Chris, you're gonna basically say, okay, the next topic is the mix and match of the brands of bullets to shells or whatever.
All right. And Bill Brown, the next topic goes to you, the mixed match of bullets and shells.
All right, well, two different brands were involved. Two different brands of bullets were involved, the Winchester Westerns and Remington Peters. All four shells and all four bullets were 38 specials. When Oswald was arrested, he had 6 live rounds in the revolver. 3 of them were Winchester Westerns and 3 of them were Remington Peters. And then he also had 5 Winchester Westerns taken from his left front pants pocket at police headquarters. The bullets removed from Tippett's body. There were 3 Winchester Westerns and 1 Remington Peters.
That's not right. That's what the police are fucking there for, is to protect us.
Hello?
I'm here.
We can hear that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Were
Let
you
me
playing
start.
a video or something, or what are we doing?
All right, let's start this over.
No,
I can hear this.
no, you don't. No, you don't have to start over.
No, just start it over. It's easier. Just start it over. I've only been talking for 45 seconds,
Yeah,
but Chris,
I'm
we
sorry.
can hear you when you're talking.
I'm sorry. I thought I had it up, muted down. All right, the next topic goes to Bill Brown, and it'll be the mix and match of the shells.
Well, basically in the shooting of Tippit, there were 2 different brands of bullets involved, Winchester Westerns and Remington Peters. All 4 shells and all 4 bullets were 38 specials. 3 of each brand, so 3 Winchester Westerns and 3 Remington Peters were loaded with the live rounds loaded into the revolver, and the revolver that was taken from Oswald when he was arrested. And he also had 5 Winchester Westerns live rounds in his left front pants pocket. Of the bullets removed from Tippett's body, 3 of them were Winchester Westerns, and 1 of them was a Remington Peters. However, the shells found at the scene was 2 Winchester Westerns and 2 Remington Peters. So a lot of conspiracy advocates would like to argue that the mix and match is evidence of 2 shooters because they don't line up right. Well, Ted Calloway stated that he heard 5 shots. It could be that Oswald fired off 5 shots, not 4, but 1 bullet missed, and that bullet was never found, and also 1 of the shells was never found or is missing. And if the missing bullet is a Remington Peters and the missing shell is a Winchester Western, then that explains the discrepancy. You would then have 3 Winchester Western bullets, 3 Winchester Western shells, and 2 Remington Peters bullets with 2 Remington Peters shells. Oswald had both brands on him when he was arrested. In other words, when Oswald was arrested, the ammunition taken from his revolver were the same 2 brands as the ammunition used in the murder of J D Tippit, Winchesters and Remingtons. And also, Ted Calloway told Dale Myers, basically, when he heard the shots, he kind of associated with Morse code, kind of like a bam, 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 or like a dot, 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 tat, tat. So Ted Calloway told Dale Myers he was certain that he heard 5 shots. And if true, then you could have a missing bullet and a missing shell, which would explain the discrepancy. Bottom line is, the bottom line is of the bullets removed from Tippett's body, 3 were Winchester Westerns, 1 was a Remington Peters, but of the shells found at the scene, it was 2 and 2. So I'm trying to explain why there could be a discrepancy.
All right. So you say it's again, we talked about this last time, but anyway, you said that there are, it's a big coincidence that Oswald also had in his pants pocket, in his revolver, those 2 types of brands of ammunition. But
well, I didn't say it was a big coincidence just now. That's not what I said. I just said that he had the same 2 brands in his revolver.
Well, you imply that it's a coincidence. And
Well, you're going to argue that Winchester Westerns and Remington Peters are basically the two most popular brands, but there were definitely other manufacturers of bullets and ammunition back in 1963.
Darn right.
A simple Google search will tell you that.
Again, those are like the most common brands, so no, it's not a coincidence. Oh, the same ammunition was found at the crime scene. No. So anyway, you mentioned Calloway saying in 1996 that he definitely heard 5 shots. You oddly give that more credence than his original accounts, where he said he originally said, "I heard some shots." And
I'm aware that he didn't say 5 shots early on. I'm simply saying all I said was that he told Dale Myers that he heard 5 shots, that he was certain it was 5 shots. I didn't say that. I didn't say that he never said that it was a different number. I acknowledge that Calloway in his testimony talks about a certain number of shots. Never, he didn't necessarily say 5. I'm not sure what your point is.
Are you done?
Go ahead.
Okay. So, like I said, you oddly give more credence to him in 1996 saying there was definitely.
I'm giving more credence to that. I'm not giving more credence to it.
Oh, okay.
I'm just telling you what he told Dale Myers. For what it's worth, he told Dale Myers that he was certain there were 5 shots.
Okay, well, for what it's worth, what did he originally say? I heard some shots. What about later? About 5 shots. So anyway.
And I said, if Calloway is correct, then I did an if then. Okay. If.
Yeah, sure. If. Got it. What else did you mention? You talked about the you talked about how one shot could miss, right?
I'm just saying if a Remington Peters bullet is missing and a Winchester Western shell is missing, then that explains the mismatch. Simple as that.
So you believe that a shot missed, is that right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so for that to happen, it would have to go into a house right across the street, and the person in that house ran out, and he never said anything about, you're not going to believe what happened, this bullet crashed into my house. He never said anything like that.
Do you think, I didn't say it's got to go through a window and crashing through his kitchen or something.
I didn't say window, I said the house.
But you're making it sound that way. It could have embedded itself into the side of the house for all we know. Who knows?
He would have heard it.
It also that's not true at all.
Yes, he would have heard it.
You don't necessarily hear a bullet hitting your house. You don't.
Yes,
no, you don't.
Yeah, you can. You're right inside. It's a wooden
You hear
house.
You hear the gunshot, but you don't necessarily hear the impact of the bullet with the side of a house.
Sure you can.
Yes, but that's not what you said.
Okay. So again, he ran out and he never said anything about a bullet crashing into his house. So
Who's he?
That was Frank Cimino. He lived right across the street, right?
But Cimino did live right across the street. But I'm not saying the bullet embedded itself in Cimino's house. That's not what I said.
Okay, so whose house do you think?
I don't know. Hell, it could have. Oswald could have fired higher. Who the hell knows? It could have been hit. It could have embedded. It could have flew over the houses and end up in downtown Dallas and the Trinity River for all we know.
Okay, that's it.
I'm just saying. I know it's funny, but it could have. Hell, who knows? Who knows where the bullet is? But a missing bullet and a missing shell perfectly addresses the issue, which in my opinion is a non-issue, but conspiracy advocates like to bring it up, so I wanted to mention it.
Okay, so again, like I said, Frank Cimino never said anything about a bullet crashing into his house. He definitely would have heard it. Anyway, if
Nobody
it was
said it was Frank Cimino's house.
I can finish. If it was, let's say it wasn't Frank Cimino. Let's go to the house right next to it. That it could have also hypothetically crashed into. Who was living there was the Houses, Mrs. Myrtle House and her son Donald House. I'm sorry, Ed House. I'm forgetting one of them. He was interviewed by Joseph McBride in the early 90s, and he never said anything about, you're not going to believe what happened. This bullet crashed into my house. So we have 2 people from those 2 houses where your magical bullet would have hit, and they never said anything about a bullet crashing into their house.
They don't have to know that a bullet would have struck their house. They don't have to. It's not automatic that you know that.
I live on a golf course, and I've had golf balls hit my house, and you hear it. It's loud. Now, a bullet, forget it, man. Forget it.
You want to compare a golf ball hitting a house to a bullet. It's different.
It's loud. It's loud. Bang. Same thing here. It would have. Same thing here. Bang.
Matt, it's not the same thing. A bullet and a golf ball are two different things.
They would have heard it.
And besides that, I'm not even making a case for any particular witness, never mentioning the fact that
your theory is insane. Okay.
My theory is not insane at all.
Yes, it is.
The evidence actually supports my theory.
No, it doesn't.
It's not my theory anyway, but the evidence supports the theory.
Plus, all the witnesses said they heard. Most of the witnesses said they heard no more than 4 shots.
Barbara Davis and Virginia Davis each said they heard 2 shots. So what?
Yeah.
So what?
They could be talking about 2 bursts of gunfire, but anyway. But yeah, Callaway is the only one who said there were 5 shots. The only one.
And I also consider Callaway to be the best witness.
Well.
He
did not. He did not see the shooting. But anyway.
I never said he saw the shooting. He's the best witness, though.
Okay.
He's the best witness to the events at 10th and Patton on November 22nd, 1963.
Again, you trust him, but you don't trust the 5 witnesses on 10th Street who watched it go down who could not identify Oswald. But anyway, it's a free country. You can believe what you want. Was there anything else you mentioned in your argument or no? Anything else you mentioned? I mentioned Callaway 5 shots, missed shots.
No, I'm basically just saying the bullets removed from Tippett's body. 3 of them were Winchester Westerns. 1 was Remington Peters.
Yeah, we talked
about
that.
And the shells found at the scene were 2 and 2. That's my whole point. So if there was a missed shot and the bullet was never recovered, which was a Remington Peters bullet, and if the shell that was never found was a Winchester Western shell, then that perfectly explains the discrepancy on the mix and match. And really, then there would be no mix and match.
Again, we just have too many paradoxes in this case.
Well, that's going to happen. I bet that happens in a lot of murder cases, but none of them get dissected like these.
Not as much as this case. Let's say, okay, so you say 4 bullets. Too many bullets. There's too many bullets. I mean, and too many shells. This is incredible. Just like in Gila Plaza.
What do you mean too many? You lost me.
Let's see. 4 bullets hit Officer Tippit. You say 1 bullet supposedly missed. 1 bullet was kicked out of the ambulance and onto the hospital parking lot by ambulance attendant Eddie Kinsley, but that's another rabbit hole. Anyway, 2 shells were found in a bush by Donnie Benavides, as we said. Like we said, 1 automatic shell was observed at the scene by Sergeant Hill. 2 more shells were found later that day by the Davis sisters. Let me finish. On the side of their house, and then 1 shell you say is supposedly missing. Witnesses Russell and Patterson saw the gunman discard shells, plural, on Jefferson Boulevard.
They were across the street 75 to 100 feet away.
And the Davis sisters' father-in-law kept 1 shell as a souvenir. So where the hell does this come from? We have too many bullets and too many shells. Hey, that's JFK for you guys.
Yeah, but
that's JFK for you. It's insane.
As far as the guys at the Johnny Reynolds Motor Company,
it's insane.
Oswald could have thrown away 1 shell down at that corner of Jefferson Boulevard.
They said shells.
That would be they would have no way of knowing if he threw down 1 or 2. How could they possibly know that they were 100 feet away?
Shells. This is their FBI statements.
And they're also in their FBI statements. They said that the man they saw was Oswald.
No, they were shown. Nice try, but like I said, they were shown his photo months after he was nationally known. We talked about that in round 1.
Did they or did they not positively identify a photo of Oswald as the man they saw?
We talked about that last time. I told you. They showed his photo many months after.
You're not answering my question.
I'm just told you.
You're flat out not answering the question.
Okay, no. Okay.
Next.
Go on.
No, Harold Russell was shown a photo of Lee Oswald. Did Harold Russell pick that man in the photo as the man he saw running down Patton with a gun in his hand?
Like I said last time in round 1, that's like showing someone Osama bin Laden. Is this the guy, 9/11? Well, yeah, of course, because he's all over the news and TV. So those
you just don't want to answer the question.
No, I am answering the question.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You absolutely are not answering the question at all.
Worthless.
No, you're not. Zero answers. All questions, 0 answers.
Nope. Again, they were shown his photo months after he was nationally known. That's
and did they say it was Oswald or not? I'm just asking that one simple question.
That's what we. That's the claim. That's the claim.
So according to the FBI report, did Harold Russell, for example, say the man was Oswald?
Okay, we are going way off topic. We're talking about the bullets, okay? Actually, I think we're finished on your topic.
Yeah, we're done. I made my point.
Oh, okay.
There's a missing Remington Peters bullet and there's a missing Winchester Western shell. That's
and like I said, I listed all these other stuff, and it's just incredible. It's just all the paradoxes we have. It's maddening. Next topic. That's JFK for you. Next topic.
So, jealous husband, I think, is one of your topics.
Yeah, this is
the next topic.
Yeah,
okay, go ahead.
Yeah, this is a muddy story too. Okay, so for many years it was there were stories about how Officer Tippit, and I apologize, but this is part of the case, that Officer Tippit was having a sexual relationship with a waitress at Austin's Barbecue, where he worked part-time on the weekends. And this was finally confirmed in the 1970s when the House Select Committee on Assassinations, the HSCA, they interviewed her. And she confirmed that they were having an affair. And it says, quote, HSCA volume 12, page 37, quote, she quote, informed the committee that she and Tippit engaged in a relationship and started dating for a couple of years. She said that the relationship ended in the summer of 1963 when her husband returned home, end quote. Now, author Henry Hurt, he interviewed her, the waitress, and he writes in his book, Reasonable Doubt, quote, in a series of interviews in 1983 with the author, the woman readily conceded her illicit sexual relationship with Tippit. But what Hurt revealed next was shocking. Quote, her estranged husband followed Tippit and the woman around Oak Cliff at night when they were together. Also, quote, the woman, her husband, and their several children lived in Oak Cliff within a few minutes' drive of Tippit's strange activities just before he was murdered. So, Tippit, he wanted to marry this woman. She declined his marriage. She said no. The relationship ended. She realized that she was pregnant later, and it's just a sticky situation. This bizarre love triangle between Tippit, the waitress, and her jealous husband. She told the HSCA that after she and Tippit broke up, wait, hold on a second, my mistake. So yeah, this is just a story that's there, and it seems a little too good to be true. But do you want to take it from here, Bill? I have some more stuff I can say about it, but
well, no, go ahead.
No, go on.
No, this is your topic. I don't really have a lot to say about this, but I can interject a few things at the end. But
okay. Yeah, Larry Harris and Ken Holmes Jr. They interviewed the husband of the former husband, the jealous husband, and they approached him at the restaurant where he was working or managed in the late 1970s, and they were nervous and going in and approaching this guy who they felt killed Tippit. And they introduced themselves, and he was like, so you think I killed him, right? And they're like, well, did you? And he's like, okay, sit down. Let's talk. And so he just enthralled them. They sat down, and like for 3 hours or so, he just enthralled them with this bizarre love triangle that was between him, his wife at the time, the woman, and Officer Tippit. And yeah, he was a jealous husband. He was following them around that night. And that's led to the theory that possibly Tippit murder, which most likely had nothing to do with the assassination, and that maybe this jealous husband had killed Tippit. And that would possibly explain Tippit's strange behavior that day, which we'll get into in the next topic. Is there anything you want to respond to now?
I kind of want to just basically, Helen Markham, William Scoggins, Barbara Davis, Virginia Davis, Sam Ginyard, and Ted Calloway. Now, these 6 people went to a lineup and picked Oswald. So are you telling me that it's possible, or are you just basically putting forth a theory of the possibility that this jealous husband resembled Oswald so much that these 6 witnesses that I just mentioned are going to pick Oswald out of the lineup as the man they saw shoot the officer, who also just happened to be the same guy who, half an hour or 45 minutes earlier is accused of assassinating the president. So did this jealous husband resemble Oswald? Or I guess I want you to address the witnesses who picked Oswald at the lineup if you think it's possible it's a jealous husband.
Yeah, no, we're talking about the jealous husband. Yeah, I'm very glad you asked that. Yes, he did resemble Oswald.
Okay, I've never heard that before. But that's fine. Okay, where'd you get that from?
Again, you haven't read Joseph McBride's book Into the Nightmare, so okay, you should. Anyway,
no, I should. No, I should.
He also interviewed the woman, and she said, "Yeah, my ex-husband looked exactly, and he was the same height, same everything. He looked same build, looked exactly like Oswald."
Yeah. Okay.
So
much so that it made William Scoggins pick Oswald in the lineup, even though really it was the waitress's husband.
Scoggins picked the wrong photo in the photo lineup, and he
at the physical lineup, Scoggins picked Oswald. So this jealous husband resembled Oswald so much that Scoggins or Markham or Barbara Davis, Virginia Davis.
If you actually read the testimony of Daniel Lujan, who was in the Saturday lineup, he actually said, shockingly, that there was no lineup because Oswald. They brought them up on the stage, and Oswald started yelling angrily and screaming, I'm not dressed right with these people. I'm being railroaded. And he said that there wasn't a lineup, that he started yelling and they took them away. So there was no Saturday night. There was no Saturday lineup. That was shocking for me to hear. So anyway,
William Scoggins says, well, he can, according to Jim Lavelle, who told Dale Myers, William Scoggins said, well, he can bitch and holler all he wants, but that's the man I saw running from the scene.
Yeah, so that's according to what an author wrote in 1998 about what he was supposedly told in 1996, about what that person was supposedly told 33 years earlier in 1963. No.
Correct.
And we talked about this last time. Original evidence shows that Scoggins could not ID Oswald. 2 instances. But anyway, we're talking about...
Original evidence has Scoggins positively identifying Oswald at the lineup.
There's no evidence of that. Okay, so listen, we're pivoting now. Let's get back to the jealous husband. Are there any other comments you have on that?
No, I mean, so why did the jealous husband happen to gun down Tippit on 10th Street? Do you have an opinion on that or what?
I'm not saying that that's what happened. That is a possibility. And again, we'll get into this as we go into my next topic. But the waitress, she got pregnant, and she told the HSCA that she and Tippit broke up in the summer, but they had already broken up. But actually, Larry Harris and Ken Holmes Jr., they interviewed the actual husband, and he said, no, that's not true at all. He stated matter-of-factly that their relationship, Tippit's and his wife's, did not end until that he and his wife did not get back together until the next day. She said, and he said that she came to him upset, crying, explained that she was pregnant by Tippit and that he took her to the funeral home and they viewed him. She said goodbye. And then they raised the child as if it was their own. And
are you saying this kid was Tippit's?
I will tell you that she has eyes exactly like J D Tippit. That's all I'll say.
J D Tippit had a vasectomy.
Yeah, I know. That's what was claimed later.
How's he going to have a kid if he had a vasectomy?
That is what was claimed later, but I'm not saying matter of fact.
So all these claims, everything's just claims, and you're doubting all of it instead of giving it any.
Very rare to have a vasectomy back then. Anyway, plus vasectomies don't always work. Again, this is a very touchy subject. I'm not accusing anyone of anything. This is just what was told by the woman and her husband. And the question quietly lingers: was Tippit killed by a jealous husband? He did not. He gave 2 conflicting alibis. They said, "Where were you?" He told Greg Lowry, Dallas researcher Greg Lowry, that he was at work when Kennedy and Tippit were killed, at work. But he told Larry Harrison and Ken Holmes Jr. that he was on his way to work and he heard about all this on the news, on his car radio, on the news on the radio. So it's very sketchy about where he was. And there's a witness by the name of Jack Tatum who came up years later. And and he said that the killer put the gun to Tippett's head as he lay in the street and fired one more shot into him. That's not someone who's trying to escape like Oswald. That's someone who wants that person dead. That's personal. And the HSCA even commented on it. They said in their final report, page 60, quote, this action, which is often encountered in gangland murders and is commonly described as a coup de grace, is more indicative of an execution than an act of I'm stuttering. Okay, you can take this out, right, Chris? Than an act.
Yes.
Than an act of. Fuck. I'm sorry, Bill. Is more indicative of an execution than an act of self. Can't get the word out. Is more indicative of an execution than an act of defense intended to allow escape or prevent apprehension. So if he had, and again, we'll get more into Tippett's behavior in the next topic, but that coup de grace does not sound like someone who's trying to escape, as I just read. That could sound like someone who just realized that he got his wife pregnant. I'm just saying, it's a possibility.
The coup de grace, you're talking about the final shot to the head?
Yep.
That didn't happen, though.
Yes. What do you mean it didn't happen?
Oswald did not go and fire a final shot to the head separate from the original outburst of shots.
That's what was claimed by Jack Tatum.
Right.
And it's also
only by Tatum. But listen, Jimmy Burt, Bill Smith, Benavides, Helen Markham.
I know.
William Scoggins, all of these guys, none of them, and Barbara Davis and Virginia Davis too, Ted Calloway, Sam Gignard, all these ear witnesses, not one of them ever says there was one shot fired 20 seconds or 15 or 30, whatever, after the original outburst of shots. It didn't happen. A
guy named James Archer also says that there was a final shot to his head, that he shot him again.
Yeah.
The killer shot him again. So we have two instances of a coup de grace. If it is true, then that's absolutely significant.
But it's not true.
And you mentioned Scoggins, but at this point, Scoggins is hiding behind his cab. Helen Markham is on the ground covering her eyes. The Davis sisters are running to their front door inside their house. Jim Burt and Bill Smith are looking on.
Jimmy Burt and Bill Smith are standing right there looking at it.
Right there. They were a block away. But anyway,
exactly. They were right there looking, though. They weren't hiding their eyes or ducking behind their truck or anything like that.
And like I keep saying, it's very difficult that we can't get eyewitness accounts to match up. But anyway, yes, the question quietly lingers. Was Tippit killed by a jealous husband? And a few officers on the force did believe, they did feel that he was indeed killed because of this love triangle. It's a possibility. I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying it. Well, to be honest, it seems too good to be true. But who knows?
But let me ask you a question. Why did it happen on 10th Street?
One more word. The waitress, she was asked by Joseph McBride, do you think your ex-husband could have done it? And she said, I personally don't think he did, but he could have. And he could have. And I don't know about it, but she conceded that he could have.
So why did it happen on 10th Street? Any opinion on that?
No, we only know what we know.
So 10th Street just happened to be where this jealous husband was walking, and Tippit decided to pull up and start talking to him?
Again, we only know what we know.
And what we know, Matt, is the guy that shot Tippit was walking on the sidewalk.
Yes, and they lived just a few minutes drive from where Tippit was killed, in the same neighborhood.
No, they did not. They lived. Shoot.
I just read it to you.
No, they lived like the 2500 block of South Tyler is where city records show that they lived.
No, as I just read from Henry Hurt's book, they lived a few minutes drive.
Henry Hurt's book is wrong.
Anyway, I'm not arguing that this
city records show that the waitress lived in the 2500 block of South Tyler at the time of the assassination, some 36 blocks from the scene of Tippit's death. And then Dale Myers conducted other interviews with former waitress to verify the address. At the time of the assassination, they lived some
Yeah.
36 blocks from the scene. So why is her husband out walking in front of 404 East 10th Street?
No, he writes it was 15 blocks. That's in his book.
You know what? It was
That's
actually more than
15 blocks
15. It was
away.
36 blocks. But even if it was 15,
Like I said, it's a couple minutes drive. If you're in a car, it's a couple minutes drive. But anyway, I'm not arguing that this
no.
is
See, you're backtracking now because you said that I asked you why would the jealous husband be walking on the sidewalk on 10th Street? You said they lived in the neighborhood.
I said they lived a few minutes drive.
You said they lived in the neighborhood. That's an exact. What?
I did. Oh,
You did.
then
Yes.
I misspoke. Sorry.
Okay.
They lived a few minutes drive from it. But anyway,
I would say it's more than a few minutes. 36 blocks would take damn near 25 minutes probably.
again,
Right.
we're going to get into Tippett's actions in the next topic. But could he have been? Okay, we have to get to the next.
Okay, but hold on. Yeah, before we get to the next topic, I just want you to satisfy me here. Why would her husband be walking on 10th Street?
Again, the next topic will answer some of these questions.
Okay. All right, because I want you to answer that question.
What?
Then what? Why her
We'll
husband
bring
would be
up-
walking
in the next
on the
topic,
side?
we'll bring up Tippett's actions, and I'll tell you.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and do that. Then we can do my last topic last if you want, which is the ballistics.
You can do yours now.
Okay.
Go for
Fill
it.
it right up with the ballistics.
Okay. So, well, basically, Oswald's revolver originally was designed to fire 38 Smith & Wesson bullets. 38 specials, they're smaller in diameter than regular 38s. Okay. The barrel was shortened to 2 inches. I think you guys know that. All 4 bullets taken from Tippett's body and the revolver, the barrel of the revolver, this is all through ballistic testing, had 5 lands and 5 grooves with a right twist. Even if they couldn't conclude that the bullets definitely came from that revolver, even though one expert did conclude that one bullet did come from that revolver, but setting that aside, the bullets had 5 lands and 5 grooves with a right twist, which is the same characteristics of the revolver's barrel. And also they fired test bullets out of that revolver for comparison purposes, and bullets from Tippett's body had similar scratches as did the test bullets. Bullets from Tippett's body had signs of gas erosion. Now, gas erosion is caused when propellant escapes between the surface of a bullet and the inside of the barrel. Now, this happens when the bullets that travel through the barrel are too small than the barrel itself. So this 38 special, being a smaller bullet in diameter than the 38, allowed this propellant to escape between the surface of the bullet and the inside of the barrel, because basically these bullets had the bullets had signs of gas erosion on them. Point being, the bullets line up a lot of the same characteristics with the revolver. Now, as far as the shells, when fired, a gun puts a distinct fingerprint on the shell. The shell casing is up against the breech face and the firing pin. Now, when the hammer makes contact with the primer, the bullet is fired and the shell is thrown back against the breech face. Okay. Now, when this happens, it places a distinct mark on the base of the shell, marks that were on the breech face. Okay. So the marks on the breech face matching the marks on the shell prove that the shell casing was fired from that weapon, to the exclusion of every other weapon in the world. It's like a fingerprint. Now, Joseph Nickel, he was the superintendent of the Bureau of Criminal Identification and Investigation for the state of Illinois. And then Cortland Cunningham, Robert Frazier, and Charles Killian, these 3 guys worked in the firearms identification unit of the FBI laboratory in Washington, D.C. All 4 of these men examined the shells found at the Tippit scene, and they, with comparison shells fired off from the revolver, and each expert, independent of each other, determined that the shells were linked through ballistics, to the exclusion of every other weapon in the world, to Oswald's revolver. So the ballistics, you could throw witnesses away. The ballistics prove that the revolver taken from Oswald in the Texas theater fired at least one bullet, if you listen to Nickel, and all 4 of the shells came from that revolver. I don't know. Matt's probably going to attack the ballistics by challenging the chain of evidence of the shells, but that's just going to be a bunch of nonsense. It doesn't change the fact that these shells were linked to the revolver to the exclusion of every other revolver in the world.
Yeah, I'll respond to all of this in my closing argument. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So if you're going to respond to the chain of custody in your closing argument,
I'll be there. Yes.
Okay, then let me just say real quick then that so 4 shells were found at the scene. If the Poe shells were shells 1 and 2 that he turned over to Gerald Hill, then the Barbara Davis shell is shell number 3, and the Virginia Davis shell is shell number 4.
Yep.
So shell number 3 was found by Barbara Davis around 2 p.m. and it was recovered by Captain George Doty of the crime lab, and Doty marked the shell and put it with the 2 Poe shells.
Yep.
The FBI came out and interviewed Doty in June of '64. And he positively identified Q76. The shells were labeled by the FBI Q74, Q75, Q76, and Q77. So Doty positively identified Q76. This is one of the shells found at the scene. It was the shell found by Barbara Davis, which he retrieved and marked, and he was shown all 4 of the shells. Bottom line is he identified his marking on that shell and said that was the shell that he took possession of at 10th and Patton. And then shell number 4 was found by Virginia Davis. And then once authorities had already left the scene, and Barbara Davis called the police that evening to report the shell that was found about 5 feet away from the shell she found.
Yep.
So when Detectives Brown and Doherty, they were dispatched to pick up that 4th shell. And this is also when they took the 2 girls to City Hall to view a lineup. And then Doherty gave the shell to J.C. Day. And Doherty, he identified Q75 as the shell given to him by Virginia Davis. So both shells were positively identified by the members of Dallas Police Department who handled them. There's no problem with the chain of custody of those 2 shells. I don't think there's a problem with the chain of custody of the Poe shells either, but I'm not willing to commit a hard enough argument to argue about the 2 Poe shells, about whether Poe marked them or whether he didn't. He told the Warren Commission that he can't be sure he even marked them. Okay. Matt's going to argue that there's a problem with the chain of custody of these shells, but I just told you that these shells were identified by the members of law enforcement who handled the shells.
Yeah, so I had planned for me to talk about all of that, for me to address all of that in my closing argument, which I'll do. But
do you agree though that Cortland Cunningham, Robert Frazier, Charles Killian, and Joseph Nickel, right or wrong, do you agree that they linked the 4 shell casings and evidence to Oswald's revolver?
No one denies that the shells and evidence nowadays links to the gun, to the pistol. No one denies that.
So you're going to argue some mysterious shell switching went on?
No. The only thing necessary to cover up this case was to switch the shells. But anyway, I'm going to talk. I had planned to address all of that in my closing argument. Our closing arguments are going to be 5 to 10 minutes. So anyway, next topic. The last topic, right?
Yes.
Yes, the last topic. And that goes to.
Was Tippit involved?
Yes.
Yeah, was Tippit involved? Now, I don't think I have. Honestly, in all honesty, I have to agree and concur with Larry Harris and Greg Larry, 2 Dallas researchers who studied this case the most, and they both came to the same conclusion. They both came to the same conclusion that Tippit was not involved, and I have to agree with them. But of course, as with anything in this case, there are lots of innuendos that and stories. This is one of the oldest arguments. It's in the 26 volumes. Is that a few days just before the assassination, Lee Oswald was eating breakfast at the Dobbs House restaurant, and he was complaining to the waitress and made a scene about how they cooked his food wrong, and Officer Tippit was also in the restaurant that day. Now, I'm not saying this is true. I'm not saying it's false. It's just a story that's there, and we have to deal with it. Let's see. Also stuff that's in the 26 volumes. A guy named Andrew Armstrong. He was an employee of Jack Ruby's Carousel Club. He told agents of the FBI that he was with Ruby when Tippit's death was announced over the radio. And after learning that he had been killed, Armstrong said that Ruby said, I know that guy. Again, we were not sure what to do with this. It's very possible that he knew Ruby, but Tippit was not involved. Same thing with Larry Crawford. He was also there, and he heard Ruby say that he had known Tippit quite well. Ruby referred to the slain officer, according to him, by his first name or a nickname, and that he was definitely, quote, definitely referring to the Dallas, Texas Police Department officer who was shot that day. We have another guy named Jack Hardy Jr. He was an inmate. He confirmed Ruby's statement that he knew J D Tippit well. He said that J D Tippit was, quote, quite a frequent visitor to Ruby's clubs, along with other officers. He added that, and again, this is all laid out in Mark Lane's book, Rush to Judgment. I'm just summarizing this, and this stuff that I'm reading is right in the 26 volumes. Another FBI report shows that there was a guy named Joey Gerard, Gerard, who worked for Ruby at the Carousel Club. He recalled that he, quote, recalled seeing Tippit at the club. He was shown. Let's see. Then we have Ruby's sister, Mrs. Grant. She said that, quote, Jack knew him, and I knew him. She said that J D Tippit used to come in, quote, into both the Vegas Club and the Carousel Club, and that Jack called him his buddy. And we also have a guy named George Arnett. Again, he said that he corroborated the fact that Ruby knew Tippit. He even suggested that Ruby may have been motivated in his shooting of Oswald because he had shot Tippit, who we knew. And then we have a guy named Harold Williams who said that he was arrested by Officer Tippit, and that Ruby was in the front seat of his car, riding along for fun. But he told that story to Mark Lane for their film Rush to Judgment. But I can dismiss that because he wanted he said, I'll tell my story, but you have to pay me for it. So that he's kind of not reliable. But anyway, those are the accounts that are in the 26 volumes, and there's other stuff. So the question is, was Tippit involved? I don't think so. Could he have known Ruby? It's very possible. I would be surprised if he didn't. But those are just some of the stories that are there. And you can respond, Bill, if you want to.
I don't really have anything to say about any of that stuff. I don't think, I guess I haven't really understood how you're relating it to the murder of J D Tippit.
Well, the topic is, was Tippit involved? And so therefore we have to ask, did he know Ruby? Did he know Oswald? And so I'm telling you stories that are out there in the public in the 26 volumes that indicate, yeah, he might have. Again, I'm not saying he was, it could very well be true, but that doesn't mean he was involved in the plot, Officer Tippit.
Yeah, no, when you're talking about J D Tippit being involved, I don't really have anything to say about it.
And you go down to Dallas and you hear a whole bunch of stories. Me living in Dallas, I literally hear stories all the time about this case. I was in the library. I was at a library last month, and I ran into Sheriff Buddy Walters' second cousin, and he confirmed, oh yeah, he did find an extra bullet in the plaza. I was in the bookstore one time, and I ran into J.C. Days, one of his son-in-laws or something. He said, oh yeah, they did switch the rifle. I've run into people at places where
they're just conspiracy theories that they hear over the years. By the way, did you know that, for example, you're talking about all these sightings? Did you know that John Wilkes Booth, so he was killed in Port Royal, Virginia, okay? Do you know that there were reports of him being sighted in Texas and Tennessee and Georgia and Maryland and Kentucky and all that stuff, but we knew he was in Virginia. It happens.
So as I was trying to say before I was interrupted, you hear a lot of stories down here in Dallas, and they could be true, they could not be true. I personally do not think Tippit was involved, but these stories could be true.
So if you don't think Tippit was involved, then that's good enough for me. I don't have anything to say.
Yeah, I just want to go down the list a little bit about some other stuff that you can hear from Dallas. I'm going to read you this. This is by Bill Pulte, Dallas researcher. Quote, an undercover narcotics officer working for Sheriff Bill Decker was probably hired in part because he played in Ruby's club since 1948, as well as others. He was a musician in Ruby's clubs, and Ruby often visited him. The undercover operative often heard Tippit's name mentioned by Ruby. So again, like I said, it's possible he knew Ruby, but let's see. The Pig and Whistle restaurant. A guy named Earl Crater of the Pig and Whistle restaurant said that Lee Harvey Oswald, Jack Ruby, and J D Tippit had eaten breakfast at his restaurant on a number of occasions at 7 a.m. He said that Oswald never had more than a cup of coffee. Now that's pretty interesting because that goes with what his wife said about how he never had more than a cup of coffee for breakfast. So again, not sure what to do with this information.
Laugh at it. Call it what it is. Bullshit.
No. You don't get to do that. You don't get to do that. These are accounts that are out there. I don't know what to do with it either.
There are accounts that were out there that John Wilkes Booth was seen in Tennessee.
We're talking about Kennedy.
It's a point, though. I'm making a point.
And going to Dallas and talking to people, hands on. You're going to find the truth in Dallas because that's where it happened, Bill. You're not going to find it up in.
You can find the truth in the National Archives in College Park, Maryland, too.
You're going to find the truth in Dallas because that's where it happened. You're not going to find it in Michigan or wherever. So you go. You go down.
I know a couple of guys in Michigan who have done some pretty great research.
You go down to Dallas. You interview people who were there, and you get these stories, and then you have to analyze them, see where they fit. If they don't fit, they don't fit. But anyway, yeah.
I'm confused, Matt. Are you arguing that Tippit was involved or he wasn't involved?
No, I don't think he was involved. But I'm telling you.
Then what are we doing here?
I'm telling you accounts that are out there that I'm not sure what to do with.
Okay. Well, I don't know what to do with that information.
Me neither. That's why I'm saying it.
Okay? I don't know what to do with the information of you just telling me that there are accounts out there. So it doesn't mean anything to me. It's laughable. It's ridiculous. And
you can't just wipe it away as nothing just because you feel like.
I don't wipe anything away as nothing, but I need evidence to look at something. And there's no evidence at all that J D Tippit was involved.
I know. I agree. But okay. I'm telling you story. I'm just telling you what's out there.
So if you agree, then are we ready for the closing arguments, or you still got more to say then?
Okay. Let's go on. Verda May Harrell was Johnny Maxey Witherspoon's mother. She worked at a cafe off Beckley Street at the Clifton Towers coffee shop on Davis Avenue at Ballard. Okay? And saw Tippit and Oswald at breakfast there. Oswald came in for dinner at 5 p.m. every day after work, having a hamburger platter. He always sat alone in the same isolated alcove. Okay? Oswald never talked to anyone except Verda May and always left her a 25-cent tip at this establishment. Verda May, she said he was a good customer, though they never actually conversed. Verda May, she knew J D Tippit very well and used to spend a lot of time with him at Austin's Barbecue, where they talked about children. She had 10 children herself. Okay, so again, we're not sure not quite sure what to do with this information, but that's just what's out there. And that also comes from Dallas researcher Mr. Bill Pulte. Okay.
Okay.
And They were, let's see. Tippett's actions that day were very panicky. We're not sure what he was doing. First of all, he told his son that morning, he hugged his son that morning, his oldest son, Alan, who since passed away. He told his son, no matter what happens, just know I love you, okay? Now, people automatically jump at that. Oh my gosh, that means he's involved in the plot. But no, again, he wanted a divorce from his wife. He was head over heels for this woman. He was for this waitress. He proposed to her, and he was willing to leave his wife and marry her. So that could very well account for him telling his son that day. No matter
where does that? Yeah, and that never happened. That conversation, if you want to call it that, never took place between Tippit and his son. That never happened. That's a myth.
Yeah, I can confirm you it did. I can confirm to you it did.
How?
Because I have a source who was I know I have a source who was Tippett's best friend, who confirms that story was true, and that information will come out later. Okay, but that's a different place for a different time. I'm telling you what happened.
That conversation never took place, Matt.
Okay, well, you can say that, but that doesn't make it true. And the neighbor that morning saw Mrs. Tippit crying, and she said, "What's wrong?" She said that Mrs. Tippit told her that her husband, that JD was leaving her, wanted a divorce. So that could account for some of Tippett's panicky behavior. Now, what panicky behavior did he have? He was seen just after the assassination. He was seen at the end of the viaduct at a gas station in his car, waiting as if for someone to cross the viaduct. He was seen by 5 people, and then he sped off at a high rate of speed. No one knows what that was about, And then of course he ran into the Top 10 record store to try to make a phone call, and he got impatient, slammed the phone down, and ran out. And he was killed minutes later. No one knows what that was about. Who's he trying to reach? Why is he in a hurry? And then he cut off a car driven by an insurance guy, James Andrews, and he stopped him, looked in his car, and then sped away. And he was killed literally a few minutes later. So all this stuff, this odd, panicky behavior of Tippit is a big question. And again, that could possibly account for this love triangle that we mentioned earlier.
And there's so many coulds.
Yes.
First of all, Dub Stark and Luis Cortines, these were the 2 guys that were inside the Top 10 record store. They didn't even tell this story about Tippit stopping in there and making this supposed mysterious phone call until 1981. And I guarantee you that in an area the size of Oak Cliff, J D Tippit, his name was more legendary from 1963 onward than was John Kennedy's. J D Tippit's name is probably legendary in Oak Cliff. I can't guarantee it, but it's my opinion that J D Tippit's name is pretty legendary in Oak Cliff. Why did Dub Stark and Luis Cortines not tell anybody until approached for an interview in 1981? Why did they wait 18 years to tell the story? Yeah. James Andrews, he didn't tell his story until 1991 when they were talking about the whole Roscoe White fiasco. And he says, "Oh, by the way, let me tell you about this fella." So this whole James Andrews story, if I recall correctly, and I'm just going by memory here, he says that Tippit passed him, pulled over in front of him, and stopped him. Tippit gets out and goes running and looks in the back of James Andrews' car, and then didn't see anything and continued back up to his car and took off.
Yep.
And James Andrews, I think, said that he even recognized the nameplate. If a police officer runs at you like a bat out of hell, like this whole scenario that James Andrews describes, are you going to look at his damn nameplate? The whole thing is nonsense. It's nonsense. And why did he wait 28 years to tell the story?
Why are you yelling, bro?
Well, what? Tell me why James Andrews waited 28 years to tell the story.
So, like I always, okay, you have to ask him. But anyway, look, this is the thing. You go down to Dallas and you talk with people. You do hands-on research, and you find people who were never interviewed by the Warren Commission.
You also find people who decide to make up stories.
Make up stories. You don't know that.
28 years later.
No, you don't know that.
And why did Dub Stark and Luis Cortines at the Top 10 wait 18 years? And by the way, Luis Cortines, he doesn't just stop with Tippit coming in and making a mysterious phone call, getting no answer, and speeding back off again. No, Cortinas, he places himself at the Texas Theater and sees the arrest. He places himself here. He places himself there. He's got a sensational story of
Do you
everything.
not know that the Texas Theater is right down the street? Like
I'm aware of that.
From the record store? Do you not know that?
I'm totally aware of that.
I guess you don't because you don't live in Dallas. But anyway,
that doesn't make any sense. I've been to the top 10 record store and the Texas Theater before you were born. Quite honestly.
Okay, that's fine. So anyway, yeah, these are. It really makes you wonder what was Tippit, and Tippit was out of his district too. He was ordered to go to the Central Oak Cliff. He's not in Central Oak Cliff. So what the hell's he doing running around trying to make phone calls? He's panicky. It looks like he's
not running around trying to make phone calls.
Yes.
Why did Dub Stark and Luis Cortinas not tell the story until 1981? Why did James Andrews not tell the story until 1991?
I'm sure there are many witnesses you believe who came out years later that you believe.
No, I do not believe Jack Tatum. I do not. I told you earlier, I don't believe that final shot, that coup de grace shot to the head occurred. I'm not believing Jack Tatum.
So like I said, just because they weren't called to testify before the Warren Commission or anything like that, does not mean that their stories are invalid or bunk. Okay. Again,
I've never said that just because they didn't testify because the story was invalid. Why did they wait 18 years and 28 years?
You're going to find the truth if you come here to Dallas and talk to people hands-on. That's what these people did, these Dallas researchers, and I'm proud to be from Dallas, okay?
Hey, Matt, can you say 3 words for me? 28 years.
Okay. Yeah, we know that. So what?
If this story really happened, he would have told the story long before 1991. I'm pretty sure James Andrews told the story for the first time in 1991. And how does put yourself in Andrews? Put yourself in James Andrews' shoes. You're in your car. A police officer passes you and pulls over in front of you. The police officer jumps out, runs back right directly at you, looks in the back seat, probably scares the hell out of you, and then the police officer takes off. Why are you going to notice the name? Why are you going to notice the nameplate saying Tippit?
There was an account of a woman who accidentally rear-ended Tippett's car minutes before he shot.
And she was worried he was going to be pissed because she hit him.
Yeah. So again, why all this panicky behavior by Tippit? A lot of people. Listen.
Apparently you don't, and that's fine. Actually, it's good that you don't. But I know people who will insert themselves into folklore for their 15 minutes of fame. People do it.
That's not an argument. Listen. I just lost my train of thought.
Well, what you're saying is not an argument. You're talking about stories people tell after the fact. That's not an argument. That's not an argument.
No, just because this is what people reported. Okay, you go down to Dallas, and this is what they'll tell you.
They reported it.
You're not letting me finish. Just because they're not meant.
We're having a back and forth, and you're talking about.
Darn right, we are.
You're talking about folklore and fantasy.
Not folklore.
You're not debating the Tippit case.
It's not folklore and fantasy, Bill. This is what they reported.
They reported folklore and fantasy.
How do you know that? You don't know that. You're just making that up because you don't agree with it.
Why did they wait 28 years? Why did Andrews wait 28 years? Why did Stark and Cortinas wait 18 years?
There are lots of witnesses. I found many witnesses in my research who were never called before.
Yeah, and who did they tell you the killer was?
No, I'm not talking about Tippit. Well, actually, one I found. But
let me ask you a question then. So the guy you found last
year. No, we're talking about.
You found him on an Oak Cliff Facebook. But who did he tell you the killer was?
Listen, we're not talking about that. We're talking.
Yeah, you don't want to answer the question because he told you it was Oswald.
Okay, I can't get a word in.
Well, Matt told you it was Oswald.
Okay, listen. We're talking about Tippett's actions. A lot of people take all of his panicky actions and his strange actions as what I just described. A lot of scholars take that he was involved, but to me, it could mean, again, I don't think Tippett's involved, but it could point to something else. Maybe he's trying to arrange a meeting with his mistress or the husband or both. Or who knows? We're not so sure about that. All I can tell you,
the husband who was walking on the sidewalk 36 blocks from where he lives.
Let me finish. All we know is what people reported. Okay.
Well, we know a lot more than that. All you know is what people reported.
Okay. Again, so this goes against Bill's predetermined conclusion that it was.
It's not. It is definitely not predetermined. That's
Yeah.
for sure. You're just late to the party.
Late to the party. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Okay. So yes. So I just laid out for you. Overall, I don't think Tippit was involved, but his actions. But we don't know exactly what he was up to. He was panicky. He was rushing around, trying to make phone calls, doing all this. Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
Nope, was not.
How do you know that? You weren't there.
How do you know it? How do you know he was? Because they told you so, and you believe it automatically.
Well, this is what people
people lie to insert themselves into stories for attention.
That doesn't mean that this is the case here. All I'm reporting is what people reported, and everyone knows the top 10 record top 10 record story. You guys can look it up. These people are credible. Okay, maybe if it was just
how the hell was Dub Stark and Luis Cortines credible?
Maybe it was just. Let's say if it was just one person, then yeah, maybe. But we have multiple people who saw.
Multiple people making.
Excuse me. Let me finish.
Well, hold on. No, hold on a second. James Andrews does not confirm Dub Stark and Luis Cortines.
If it was one person who said Tippit was acting suspiciously after the assassination, then maybe they're trying to make something. But we have all these people I mentioned who are saying Tippit's acting panicky, suspicious. I don't think he's involved, but really, we need to find out. I wish we knew what he was up to. I don't think he was involved.
He wasn't up to anything. He was just patrolling the district he was sent to.
He was not in Central Oak Cliff. He was ordered to Central Oak Cliff. He wasn't in Central Oak Cliff. But anyway.
Jefferson Boulevard is pretty Central Oak Cliff.
Okay. So, anything else?
No, I feel like I've just been through an episode of Game of Thrones. All this fantasy.
Game of Thrones. That's what people reported. Everyone knows the top 10 records story. Everyone knows James. Everyone knows these topics. I know you don't like them.
That's because of Bill Drenas's article. It doesn't mean it's true.
I believe it's not just in Bill Drenas's article.
Final arguments.
All right. Well, basically, in a nutshell, as far as final arguments go, okay. Oswald, I've already shown you guys that Oswald was able to leave the depository and be in and out of the rooming house by 1 o'clock. He arrives there at 12:57, 12:58, maybe 12:59. He's back there just long enough to grab a jacket, and he's gone. The witnesses at the scene positively identify Oswald, and that would be Helen Markham, William Scoggins, Barbara Davis, Virginia Davis, Sam Ginyard, Ted Calloway, the Johnny Reynolds Motor Company guys, Harold Russell, Pat Patterson, Warren Reynolds, and also Mary Brock. She has him walking behind the Texaco station 1 block away with a jacket on, where a jacket was later found under a car. So the witnesses at the scene positively identify Lee Oswald. The shells found at the scene are linked to the exclusion of any other revolver in the world to the revolver that Oswald had in his possession when he was arrested. The big one for me is, why did Oswald get rid of his jacket between the rooming house and the shoe store? If Oswald did not even go to 10th and Patton, and if he never went behind the Texaco station, forget 10th and Patton, forget the murder of Tippit, forget the jacket found under the ground, under the car on the ground behind the Texaco station. Why did Oswald ditch the jacket that he was seen zipping up as he went out the door of the rooming house by the time he was seen by Johnny Brewer on Jefferson Boulevard? And something else I wanted to say. So, Matt has made arguments like, oh my gosh, like a jealous husband walking on a sidewalk in the neighborhood he lived in. No, this is my closing argument. You gotta let me go. So Matt was making an argument about a jealous husband, possibly a jealous husband walking on a sidewalk. Matt says, because he lived in the neighborhood, but truth be known, it was 36 blocks away. And then Matt even later said it was 15 blocks away. Either way, it's not in the neighborhood. Why would a jealous husband be walking on a sidewalk? It's pointless. And all these arguments by Matt have been on the same lines. Bob Barrett, Matt insisted that Bob Barrett never went to Westbrook's office, and there's no evidence of it, and that I was going to embarrass myself by saying such a thing. And I showed Matt where Bob Barrett specifically stated in 1975 that he went to Westbrook's office to assist with the arrest report. All right. This is pretty early on because the arrest report was not typed up yet. So, and one important thing I do want to mention, I didn't get to this earlier. So, Robert Oswald told a story. He and Lee, this is when Lee was back from Russia. And this is about a year before the assassination. So, sometime like in late 62, he and Lee are driving. Robert's driving, Lee's in the passenger seat. Robert has a yellow light up ahead of him, and he decides to go ahead and run through the yellow light. Well, the light turned red before he could pass through. So a police officer saw this, pulled him over for running a red light. The officer walks up, talks to Robert Oswald, and Robert Oswald said, well, the guy behind me, if I would have stopped at this yellow light, the guy behind me would have hit me. So I figured it best to go ahead and go through the intersection. This didn't matter to the police officer, and he gave Robert Oswald a citation for running a red light. Well, Robert Oswald said that as they were pulling away after he got his ticket, the police officer walked back to his patrol car. Robert Oswald said as they were pulling away, he said that Lee looked over his shoulder and kind of mumbled to himself, "Dumb cop." Now, that doesn't prove anything, but I think it's important. And I think it's important because William Scoggins was sitting in his cab at the corner of 10th and Patton eating his lunch. He heard the shots. He gets out of his cab. The gunman is running straight towards him because he's right there at the corner. He tries to cross the street, look for a place to hide, couldn't find a place to hide, and figured his best bet was to go back to the cab. So he's ducking behind the cab, looking over the back trunk as Oswald cuts the corner and starts to go south on Patton. Scoggins identified the man as Oswald, and he said that Oswald mumbled to himself, "Poor damn cop," or "Poor dumb cop." Scoggins wasn't sure which statement that Oswald said, but it was either "poor damn cop" or "poor dumb cop." And Scoggins said that Oswald uttered it twice. Okay. So again, this doesn't prove that Oswald is a cop killer, but I think it's important to note that this whole "dumb cop" comment that Robert Oswald said Lee made, almost an entire year before. The bottom line is the J D Tippit was murdered on November 22nd, 1963 at about 1:15. The witnesses tell you it was Oswald. The ballistics tell you it was Oswald. And why did Oswald get rid of his jacket? If he wasn't trying to change his appearance because he just killed a cop, why is he getting rid of his jacket between the rooming house and the shoe store? I go with the evidence. Matt wants to talk about could have, would have, and should have, and all that stuff. I'm just talking about the evidence. Matt, if you listen to this debate, is not talking about the physical evidence at all. And why isn't he? Because, and Matt's going to have his closing argument here in just a second. If Matt wants to add one more thing, I would love to hear in his closing argument one piece of physical evidence that points somewhere besides Oswald. I would love to know what this one piece would be, because there's not one piece of physical evidence that I've ever seen in the murder of J D Tippit or the assassination of the president that points to anybody besides Lee Harvey Oswald. Not one single piece of physical evidence. And I challenge Matt to list one piece of physical evidence that points to someone besides Lee Harvey Oswald when Matt makes his closing arguments, which I'm finished now.
Matt?
You done? Okay.
I'm done.
So just to respond really quickly, just before I give my closing argument, he said, again, if you go back and listen, we already talked about the jacket and Johnny Brewer, and we already exhausted that. So he brought that up. I don't have an answer. I gave an answer. He said, I say could, would, should have. No, I only say could, would, should have on things we don't know. Like, why was Tippit acting panicky and all that. Everything else I cited as original evidence. He said he basically said I fell on my face, basically, because the whole Bob Barrett thing and Westbrook and all this. So turns out you read me something I did not know before about when he testified, Bob Barrett. So it turns out I'm not right. And guess what? Bill's not right. So now we have a split. Bill's quote of Bob Barrett is saying that he went to Westbrook's office. And then my quote and then the second quote, and a different quote, is Bob Barrett saying, I never talked with him except for the Tippit scene. So what we have is a split. So I know it kind of made me sound bad earlier, but what we have is a split. We don't know which one's true. You said you accused me of not talking about the physical evidence already. Well, that's because we already had a debate last year where we did talk about the physical evidence. So nice try. It doesn't work. You said point to one piece of evidence that shows other than Oswald. I'll get to that in my closing argument. I think you already know what it is. Oh, you brought up Robert Oswald. I find it very sad how just 3 days after the assassination, Robert Oswald is already convinced that he's already bashing his kid brother before any facts have come out. I mean, he says this is CD 87, page 171. This is an interview. He said, I have no doubt in my mind that the death of the officer was done by my brother and all that stuff. So again, no. This just a few days after the assassination, just 3 days, and he's already bashing his brother. Well, he was very jealous of his brother, and we all know that. And so why he would, be bashing him and trying to bring him down just 3 days before any facts have come out is insane. But anyway, let's see. I think that's all I want to respond to there. Okay. Here's my closing argument. Okay. Closing argument. Okay. So, in short, to sum up everything up as simple as I can, according to the Warner Report, Oswald left his house at 1:04, walked east 12 minutes, 1 mile, and killed Tippit at 1:16. But they left out Mrs. Roberts saying she saw him at the bus stop, quote, several minutes after he left. They also left out that 1:16 is actually when the police were notified and that the shooting really happened a few minutes before that. Not only that, all the witnesses said the man was actually walking west 16 minutes, not east, which, as I said, would have been 12 minutes. So if we adjust everything, Oswald is seen at the bus stop at 1:06, and Tippit is killed at 1:14. 8 minutes to walk 1 mile? No way. By the time Oswald gets there, 1:22, Tippit is already at the hospital. Okay, the police report says they only had one bullet. It was tested and didn't match to Oswald's revolver. The shells didn't appear for 6 days, and the remaining 3 bullets, a quarter of a year. The shells could not be matched with the bullets. The bullets could not be linked with the revolver. Officer Poe affirmed he marked the first 2 shells. His initials disappeared. Sergeant Barnes testified he marked the first 2 shells. His initials disappeared. The FBI belatedly claimed that Captain George Doty marked the 3rd shell. A cursive capital G is in fact on the shell today, but the problem is we don't know when he allegedly marked it. Who knows? He may have marked it later. We just don't know. It's all just a bunch of hearsay. Moving on, Detective Brown testified he and Detective Doherty marked the 4th shell. Their initials disappeared, and the shells could not be identified by the 3 witnesses as the ones they found that day. You can't make this up, folks. It's super obvious. The shells were switched. Who ID'd Oswald? William Lawrence Smith? Yes. Kenneth? No. Austin? No. Frank Wright? No. Bert? No. I'm stuttering. You can cut this out, Chris. Bert? No. I'm stuttering. You can take this out, right, Chris?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine, man.
Okay. Bert? No. I can't get the word out. I can't get the word out. I'm sorry, guys. I can't get the word out.
It's all right. Take your time.
William Arthur Smith? No. Higgins? No. Donnie Benavides? No. Fuck, I knew I'd get stuck on this one. You have no idea how hard it is not being able to get a word out, guys. Benavides? No. Barbara Davis? Yes. I'm so embarrassed. I'm sorry, guys. Fuck. Bill, you there?
Yeah.
I'm so embarrassing. I'm
Sorry. Just relax. No biggie.
Okay. Oh, fuck. I can't get the fucking word out. Donnie Benavides? No. Barbara Davis? Yes. Oh my God. Virginia Davis? Yes. Scoggins? No. Markham? No. Mrs. Clemens? No. Sam Ginyard? Yes. Callaway? Yes. Reynolds? No. Russell? Yes. Patterson? Yes. Lewis? No. Robert Brock? No. Mary Brock? Yes. So that's 13 no's and 8 yeses. But those yeses were based on rigged lineups and showing Oswald's photo months after he was dead and nationally known. So actually, there's no one who can legitimately say it was Oswald. Here's a paradox. Here's a paradox. He left his house wearing a dark jacket. The killer wore a light jacket. A white jacket was found, yet what's in evidence is a gray jacket. Hey, that's JFK for you. And finally, you asked for a piece of evidence that points away from Oswald. Finally, the killer put his hands on Tippett's car. Fingerprints were lifted, and they did not match Oswald. Bill's whole argument is Oswald killed Tippit, the witnesses ID'd him, and the shells match his gun. To which I simply say, you mean the unfair lineups and the shells that didn't appear for 6 days? I mean, that's the quickest way I can sum it all up. In closing, as Larry Harris said a few years before he died, quote, I, Larry Harris, think that anyone who studies the evidence objectively and in its entirety will come away disturbed by what they find, because there's a lot of indications that Oswald was not the Tippit killer, that he was nowhere near there. In closing, it's unfortunate that the Tippit murder has been virtually regulated to footnote status in history. Because the Tippit murder at that time and even now is depicted as virtually an open and shut case against Oswald. But I think if you'll read up and slowly study the record, you'll find that the Warren Commission's findings leave a lot to be desired, and that there's a lot about the Tippit murder we don't know. It seems at this late date we may never be able to resolve the Tippit murder. It seems, at this point at least, that it seems destined to remain the other unsolved murder on November 22nd.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming on. I enjoyed
Chris, before we say our goodbyes, and this is nothing, no more debating. I just want to say that everybody out there listening, if you're not a member, and I'm sure Matt wants to mention his as well, and he should, but anybody out there listening, if you're not a member of JFK Truth Be Told, which is our Facebook group, we discuss the Kennedy assassination and the J D Tippit murder, then simply find the group on Facebook and send a request, and you'll be accepted. JFK Truth Be Told. And the second thing I want to say is, if anybody out there is listening, I'm guessing here we're about almost 5 hours in, and if you've listened to this entire thing, then you definitely should go read With Malice by Dale Myers, because if you're interested enough in the Tippit case that you've listened this far and you've never read With Malice, then it's highly recommended. Any reasonable person, and that's the key word there, any reasonable person who reads With Malice is left to conclude that Oswald and Oswald alone murdered J D Tippit. It's the best book on the case, hands down. Nothing else compares. Highly recommended. And if you've listened to our debate today this long, you got to go check out With Malice.
Matt, would you like to mention your group?
Wow. No, I said what I need to say. I'm not going to make any promotions or anything. I'm done.
All right, fellas. Thank y'all very much. I enjoyed it.
Thanks, Chris.